Okay, everything looks good. So yeah, I had some weird internet issues yesterday. Along with just not feeling that up to doing stuff. And, voice being a little iffy. So, as I said, I brought a new Pokemon into the team. I looked up how to quickly get Charcadets, did what was needed, found one. It took me like 10 of them to find a female. Which, I could have sworn that Charcadet was a 50-50. Actually, you know what? Let me double check. Yeah, it's 50-50. I was getting very unlucky. Total that Mimikyu phased out of existence for a second, and so did its trainer. Oh, right, I forgot. There's also all the stuff around the school that I'm gonna have to do for... all the stuff with the characters. Yeah, I'll probably do that right after I do all the classes. Good evening, Master Draconis. What class would you like to take? Yep, I can do the last 3 of all of these. So let's start off with biology. You'd like biology with Mr. Jacques? Class will begin soon. Don't be tardy. Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to remember all the voices I gave them. Because even though it was only, I think, less than a week ago, I have forgotten what voices I've done for them. Hello, hello. I hope everyone's ready to learn some new things today. You all did really great on the midterm exam. Thanks for answering my little question at the end, too. I'll be sure to keep your responses in mind. Alright, we're now heading into the last half of our classes together. It's time for our knowledge to evolve and grow, just like our Pokemon. Evolution. Yep. Evolution. Today we're going to learn about the fascinating phenomenon of Pokemon evolution. As your Pokemon battle and level up, they learn moves and get stronger. And for some Pokemon, once they've leveled up enough, their appearance changes and their stats increase. Sometimes by a lot. That's Pokemon evolution. Pokemon become very strong when they evolve, making them trusty partners in battle. But some people prefer to keep their Pokemon in their adorable pre-evolved states. To do this, you just need to remember a certain button when your Pokemon begins to evolve. Yes, the B button. Wait, why did that say C button as one of the answers? Oh, that's funny. That's right, everyone. B for best answer. But when you need to stop a Pokemon from evolving is the B button. If you press it soon after a Pokemon begins, you can stop it from changing. You can also let the Pokemon hold an item known as an Everstone to keep it from evolving. And keep in mind that the requirements for evolution differ from Pokemon to Pokemon. Some evolve by having a certain item, such as a Fire Stone or Thunderstone, Others may have to learn a specific move or defeat specific Pokemon in battle. The way Primeape evolves into Annihilape is especially strange. You see, there's a certain move that, if I remember right, there's a specific Ghost-type move you have to use with Primeape, and take a specific amount of damage in total? Or just use that move to take out Pokemon a certain amount of times. And then it evolves. Nothing as weird as the Farfetch'd the Surfetch'd one though, which is 3 critical hits in a battle. Like, that's just a weird requirement. Oops, sorry, it looks like we're out of time. I guess I'll have to end the class there today. Thank you all for your attention. Good evening, Master Viconius. What class would you like to take? Yeah, biology. Definitely. Sure, my mind, like, really wandered for a second there. Oh, and by the way, for those, like, on stream who don't know why I'm late, it's just because I ended up having dinner a little later. So, sorry about that. Hello, hello! I hope everyone's ready to learn some new things today. But before we get going, do you all remember the final question from our midterm exam? Well, Director Clavel found out about it. Somehow. And I got yelled at. Whoops. Apparently he could tell I was hiding something just by looking at me. He must have noticed all of the color flush right out of my face. Speaking of color, today I'd like to teach you about colors as they pertain to Pokemon. Some Pokemon have slightly different coloration or patterning on their bodies based on their gender or individual differences. In very rare cases, a Pokemon may have wildly different coloration compared to others of the same species. We call these specimens shiny Pokemon. It's quite rare to cross paths with one. Though I'm mad because I did see one. Yeah, I'm mad because I saw one and it despawned before I was able to get it in battle. Does anyone here know what the likelihood of finding a shiny is? 1 in 4,000. Well, that's right. You may have the makings of Pokemon Professor Draconius. Shiny Pokemon appear at a rate of 1 in 4,000. Probability of encountering one in the wild is the same as hatching one from an egg, too. Eggs from a pair of Pokemon raised around differing languages are a special case. Wait, what? Higher than average chance that a shiny Pokemon will hatch from these eggs? Wait, what? So if you trade and you get a Pokemon from a different area of the world entirely, you have a higher chance of it becoming a shiny? Like, you have a higher chance of getting shinies from it if it... Huh. That's interesting. And I know if the Pokemon is a shiny, it has higher chances of you getting shinies from eggs as well. Oh, that's interesting. but we haven't been able to figure out why that is just yet. I've also heard rumors of a charm that increases likelihood of finding shiny Pokemon. This claim can't be scientifically verified, but it sure would be fun if it were true. If I remember right, that charm cuts the shiny chance in half, making it a 1 in 2,000 instead of 1 in 4,000, which is so much better. Oops, there's the bell. That's all for today. Thank you for your attention. Which, I'm actually curious since I never found it. Where do you get the shiny charm? Oh, you have to complete the Pokédex. That's what I thought. Wait. No, I thought that'd be for a catching charm. Hold on. Yeah, what are all the charms? Is it only the shiny charm in this one? Oh, really? Yeah, the oval charm isn't in. The catching charm is in the game. Okay. So it's just the oval charm that's not in the game. Alright, alright. In that case, how do you get it? Oh, no, it's not obtainable. Wow, so the oval charm and the catching charm are probably going to be obtainable in DLC? Weird. That sucks though, you have to complete the Pokédex in order to get the shiny charm. Hello, hello, I hope everyone's ready to learn some new things today. Next time we meet, we'll have our final exam. That means today is our last actual class. And for the topic for this last class will be Pokemon forms. You can just think of forms as the shapes or appearances that Pokemon have. There's also a phenomenon called form change, where Pokemon's appearance changes under certain conditions. Right, I think there are certain Pokemon that will change their look depending on the season or the time of day. Cyclozar, for example, which we regularly ride on and as transportation here in Paldea, has 3 forms. First, it's basic, where it walks on 4 legs. Second, it's battle, where it stands on its hind legs to engage in battle. Finally, it's ride form, where it inflates its throat sac and its tail so we can ride on its back. Though we can use something you're all carrying with you now as an even better example. Yep, I'm talking about your phones. Oh yeah, Rotom. Some smartphones are inhabited by a certain Pokemon. Does anyone know the Pokemon I'm referring to? Yeah, Rotom. You're a regular expert on Pokemon and technology, aren't you, Draconius? Pokemon inside your smartphone is Rotom. It does all sorts of things to help you out. It's also one of the most intelligent Pokemon. Like, if you think about it, for Rotom, it's one of the smartest Pokemon there is, because it... And also, one of the nicest, but also very mischievous. Huh. Rotom inside a Rotom phone is special, so it doesn't try to enter other electronics. An ordinary Rotom, however, can change form by entering washing machines, microwave ovens, and other electronic appliances. Rotom is a bit of an exception, though. Many Pokemon that change form do so simply by holding an item or having one used on them. Oricorio, for example, has 4 different forms it can change between when given certain nectars. Oh, right, Oricorio has the 4 forms for the nectars. Pokemon may even change type or learn different moves when they change form. Form changes are different from evolution in that the Pokemon can return to its original form. And unlike shiny Pokemon, which can't change their special coloration, the same individual Pokemon can't go back and forth between its forms. There's a lot to dig into with this form change phenomenon, as you can see. We can all learn something from Pokemon here, don't you think? Bit of a stretch, but I'd be happy to see you all enjoy your time at the Academy to its fullest. And change form into a new version of yourselves. Or something like that, anyway. Oh, I almost forgot. Regional forms, which vary based on what region a Pokemon came from, don't change like other forms. They're an innate... So yeah, it's like... Think about it like a regular Diglett versus an Alolan Diglett, or the Dugtrios, or regular Meowth versus Galarian, or... There were quite a few different ones for Meowth. Galarian... And I think the other one was from Sun and Moon. Which was the Dark type one? Oh, I forgot what that one looked. What that one was. Oh, that's Alolan. Yeah. There's regular Meowth, Alolan Meowth, and Galarian. Which is interesting. Yes, I was scatterbrained. I guess I was scatterbrained Mr. Jacques right up to the very end, huh? Had a great time teaching all you. Hope you do your best and pass the final exam. Gosh, speaking of scatterbrained, I'm very scatterbrained right now. Hello everyone, today's our final exam. I'll cover everything I've taught you so far, but I'm sure you all will do just fine. Take your time and contemplate each question carefully. Two. Paralysis and surprising. You can get new Pokemon only by catching them yourself or trading with others. False, you can also get them from eggs. Everstone, while using an item No. Because Everstones stop evolution no matter what. Shiny is 1 in 4,000. or specifically 1 in 4,096. Oh, how many forms does Oricorio have? I think it has 4. Do you have anything you'd like to say about my class? I'm still getting used to this teaching thing, but I'm sure I had fun as your teacher. Yeah, keep it up. Okay, time's up. Whether you like it or not, I hope everyone enjoyed tackling those questions. Stuck in a little bonus question there right on the end again. Our little secret. Don't tell the director. I'll grade these right away. Hope you're all looking forward to seeing how you did. Feels great to get tests out of the way, doesn't it? Let's look at your results. I think I got all 5. Huh. It was probably the Oricorio question I got wrong. Hey, 5 middies. Thank you. Yep, math with time. Which, I forget what it said, but it is actually true that time here is actually Rhyme's, I think, twin sister? The ghost type gym leader that I faced last time. Or was it the time before? Oh, it all blends together. Hello everyone, well done on the midterm exam. Some of you earned perfect scores, and others seem to have a bit of trouble. But I can tell that you all tried your best. I'm quite pleased to say that every last one of you passed. I can only assume this means you have all come to love numbers. Stay sharp and try your best for the rest of my classes too. Speaking of staying sharp, do you know how that word applies to Pokemon battles? That's right, it has to do with stat boosts. Pokemon stats can rise and fall throughout the course of battle, correct? For example, if a Pokemon uses the move Work Up, its attack and special attack will rise by 1 stage each. And, as you may know, each time a Pokemon's attack or special attack rises 1 stage, moves affected by that stat will deal 50% more damage. That same Pokemon, from our previous example, were to use Work Up again, both attack and special attack would have risen by 2 stages in total. This results in a 100% increase to damage dealt, meaning its moves are twice as strong. Swords Dance, on the other hand, boosts attack by 2 stages at once, allowing the Pokemon to deal double damage after just a single use. Swords Dance twice would boost by 4 stages. That'd be plus 200%, so triple damage. Wow, that's great. You answered this difficult question with ease, Draconius. Yeah, so being raised by 4 stages would result in 4 times increase. Base damage of the move is 100%, so adding 200% to that gives us 300. Yeah, so it's additive on whatever came before it. So yeah, if you really want to get into it, The systems for increasing attack and stuff in this game are very, very complex. Especially if you want to math out the amount of damage. In other words, the next move Pokemon uses will deal triple damage. Type matchups, crit damage, and other factors play into these calculations as well, so even a small boost must be taken seriously. If that simply rose, that means it's gone up by 1. Rose sharply, that's 2. And rose drastically, that's 3. Yep, X attack and X special attack items, which can only be used in battle, they're used to sharply boost. So, yeah, those are 2 stage boosts. But, yeah. Today's lesson was a little difficult, so be sure to review what you learned in order to stay sharp. See you all again next class. Which, I have to say, I like that they added a math teacher to the game. Like, just as one of the teachers, because, yeah, teaching people a lot of these just little things and the actual numbers they go up by, that is really nice. Because I think generally it's all been speculative up until this game came out. Or people going into the actual files of the game and figuring out how much it actually increases it by. But it gets conflicting for super effective, crits, same type attack boost, all of that. So if you really want to get in how to just power up an attack to the absolute maximum, it takes quite a bit of work and a lot of research. Though the easiest ways to do it is in double battles, because you can have one being a buffer and the other one actually dealing the damage. Hello everyone, let's have a fun class today. Did you make sure to review last class's material in order to stay sharp? I know it was a little difficult with all that talk of multiplication and percentages and the like. But today we'll be talking about percentages again to learn about probability. That may sound like we're going to have another difficult class, but did you know that all of you already deal with probability on a regular basis? Yes, the accuracy. Pokemon moves generally have a property called accuracy, which determines the probability that they will hit. Accuracy of tackle is 100 or 100%. So that means if you were to use it 100 times, you could expect it to hit all 100 times. Hypnosis has an accuracy of 60 or 60%. Yeah, 60 times in 100 uses. It would miss 40 times, yep. Many of the truly powerful moves often tend to have lower accuracy. And the thing is, Hypnosis works on, like, everything except Dark types. Which is why its accuracy is so low, and it's a one-time move to put Pokemon to sleep. Then there's Sleep Powder, which I think is similar accuracy. But I think it can hit any Pokemon. Huh. I wonder. Because I don't think there's anything that's immune to a Grass type. Or Bug type. Wait, is sleep powder grass or bug type? So if it's grass, then there are certain moves where that would absorb it instead. Or Pokemon abilities. Interesting. Oh well. So when you're deciding whether to go slow and steady with moves that are sure to hit, or hard and fast with stronger but less accurate moves, you're already studying probability. Those here, perhaps Surf and Hydro Pump would be good examples. Surf has a power of 90. Its accuracy is 100, meaning you can expect it to hit every time. Hydro Pump's accuracy is 80, but when it hits, the power is 110. So, between Surf and Hydro Pump, which move would you want to use yourselves? Depends on the situation. Oh my, I see you're always considering various possibilities, Draconius. I may have made it sound like there was a correct answer here, but there's not. You're free to use any moves you wish. Factors like PP or number of targets hit may make some moves more suited to certain situations. However, trading accuracy for power or vice versa is purely a matter of preference. Surf vs. Hydro Pump debate has been ongoing for quite some time. Well, for those two specifically, it depends if your Pokemon's a physical attacker or a special attacker. Because if I remember right... Oh wait, no. Surf is special, Waterfall is physical. I always mix those up. Personally, I'm more invested in debating the rock type moves, Rock Slide and Stone Edge. Yeah. Yeah, because Rock Slide's really good. Because it deals a decent amount of damage but has 90% accuracy. Stone Edge, on the other hand, I think deals almost half the damage, but has a higher chance to crit and 100% accuracy? I forget. Hey there, SDR. How's it going? Oh my, there's the bell. What a shame. Next class will be the last of our time together. So show up 100%, ready to go. Which I love thinking about all the probabilities of all the different moves in this game because it's so interesting to try and... Because I've had to go through them so many times to try and find a strategy. Especially in Pokemon fan games, because those are tough. They will give some of the gym leaders in those games like actual perfect strategies that you have to beat. Like that was this time. Yes. Hello everyone. Hope we can have fun once again today as our last class together. Last time we learned about probability using move accuracy as an example. Probability is... Oh. Jeez, my brain moved those words around. Ugh. Probability is quite an interesting subject. Did you know that? In a class of 40 students, there's a 90% chance that 2 of them will have the same birthday. This is true even despite the fact that there are over 300 days each year. Isn't that remarkable? Let's move on to today's topic before we get swept along with the probability again. I've been teaching you all how to calculate damage in this class using examples like type matchups, critical hits, stat boosts, and the like. All these variables are multiplied together to calculate damage to an opponent. However, did you know that there's an even simpler way to increase the damage of your Pokemon's moves? Yeah, same type attack boost. All you have to do is have your Pokemon use a move it shares a type with. If Rock-type Pokemon uses Stone Edge, the move's base power of 100 is multiplied by 1.5. Oh wait, no, Stone Edge has good power? Huh. Weird. To become 150. Ground and Rock may seem like similar types, but if a Ground-type Pokemon uses Stone Edge, move's power will remain 100. Super effective and crits also add multipliers onto this numerical increase. So most certainly must not be taken lightly. Let me ask you a question to see if you understand what I'm talking about here. Say you have a move with a Pokemon with a power of 100. If a Pokemon that shares a type with this move uses it and hits an opponent that is weak to the type, what happens to the move's power? Same type attack boost, it's 150. $300? Did that calculation all in your head? Well done, Draconius. First, using a move that shares a type with its user multiplies the base power by 1.5, making it 150. The fact the opponent is weak to the move doubles that power from 150 to 300. So yeah, an opponent being weak to it is added after all other calculation. The original power of the move ends up being tripled. Isn't that amazing? What's more, if Pokemon terrestrializes on stereotype matches its original types, then the bonus it gets for using a move of the same type increases from 1.5 to 2. Of course, being able to use a lot of moves with different types is great as well. That's one way you can surprise your opponent. So, yeah, so my Pokemon for what's the normal name for it? Meowscarada. Like, it's a flower move that I use. If it's terrestrialized, that power gets doubled. Then the held item, I think, gives a 50% increase. Then the guaranteed crit is another double damage. And then after all that, if it's super effective against the Pokemon I use it on, it doubles that damage again. So that's why I say that Pokemon is overpowered. Especially since it's a crit that always hits. Like, it's guaranteed to hit. In the end, your own innate characteristics are what really let you shine the most. Bear in mind this is true for both humans and Pokemon. It sure would make me happy if you could take those words to heart, but I suppose I should really have shared this basics advice right out from our first lesson. My apologies. Just like that, class is over. Lots of our time together flew by in the blink of an eye. So much fun to be able to teach you, all you eager students, about numbers. Yep, this is the final exam. And I'll kinda get to turn my brain off after this one. Because yeah, this just requires a lot of calculation. And I think it even, like, for some of the stuff, it even goes through, like, algebraic equations, almost, for the specific way that you organize the types and everything. It's just crazy. And yeah, the amount of damage that it does afterwards, I believe, is a percentage damage on your attack stat, or your special attack stat. So yeah, yeah. There's a lot of... The thing is, you can play the game without going into any of the math specifics. But if you want to get the most out of your attacks, oh, you have to do some math. Share the fun experiences you all had in my class will serve you as well as you answer. Well, it will serve you well as you answer. Yeah. Or like a ground dragon type, or a flying dragon type are 4 times weak to ice. If a water type Pokemon, or water type move with power of 100 lands a critical hit on a grass type Pokemon.
That's for me!
75? Yeah, because it would lose half. But would gain... Oh, wow. I don't think the critical would cancel it out. So yeah, the critical would bring it up to 150. So 75. Yeah, then it gets cut in half for being resistant. Under normal conditions, what percent chance does Stone Edge have to land a crit? Stone Edge is a 12%. Pokemon uses Sword Dance twice to lose its attack power by 4 stages. 200%. So triple damage. Rock type, whose Terra type is Rock, terrestrializes. They'll be multiplied by 2. Oh, awesome. Success was the accumulation of all I taught you, and I'm sure y'all did just fine. Do go and ask for your scores at the front desk, and then take a nice break. Feels good to get this out of the way. Yep. Hey, I got them all right. Gosh, the water type move against the grass Pokemon was one that I was unsure with. This time asked us to give this award to any students who passed. So yeah, critical hits are a 50% increase. Okay. Whew. Now I'm just gonna have to remember some random facts rather than anything else. Close to begin soon, don't be tardy. Greetings, my little students. Whatever you did yesterday, it's now part of history. I was hoping to continue unraveling the marvels that history has presented to us today. However, I imagine your ability to concentrate has been spectacularly derailed by my midterm. What about that final I just took? I suppose changing things up for fun and variety may be a good idea every now and then. So allow me to tell you an old fairy tale that has been passed down in Paldea for generations. It's good, and plus you can do all the stuff with the teachers afterwards. Which I think most of them have some really good items that they give you at the end of their quest lines. I forget if she does specifically, but for hers you have to catch the 4 mythical Pokemon. Once upon a time, there was a king who very much enjoyed collecting treasure. He was particularly fond of treasures from other countries. One day, a merchant from the east heard rumors of this king and came to meet him. The merchant laid out 4 treasures in front of the treasure-loving king. The treasures were as follows: a vessel, a sword, a set of tablets, and a set of beads. Seeing such rarities before him, the king leaped for joy. He showered the merchant with gold coins and claimed all 4 of the treasures for himself. Aha! Perfect timing to make eye contact, young Draconius. Answer me this. When I said one of the treasures was a set of tablets, what do you think these tablets were? Well, place for writing on. Because you said from the east, and in ancient Japan they actually used to write with either charcoal or by carving into like planks of wood, if I remember right. Also, I think Middle East used to do the same with papyrus. Which is just interesting. Correct, your daily pursuit of knowledge serves you well. These particular tablets were wooden and used as writing medium in the East in ancient times. As you may know, they fell out of popular use as paper became more universally available. For the king to consider these paper substitutes treasures, they must have been of superb quality. That or perhaps they had some amazingly profound teachings written on them. So the king obtained these 4 treasures, and on that very night, it is said that a terrible disaster rained down upon his castle, reducing it to rubble by dawn. I was at the time already. I wasn't done with my story, but alas, so ends today's session. If you're interested in how the story ends, you may come see me outside of class hours. Which I don't think I can get the markers for her for that specific quest line until I do her, what was the ending of it called? Until I do her exam. You like history with Miss Rayford? Yes. But yeah, I know I wanted to get this out of the way first, just because of the amount of talking that there is. Greetings, my little students. Whatever you did yesterday, it's now part of history. Today, we will continue to unravel the marvels that history has presented to us. Trust that you all remember our lesson before the midterm exam considering the great crater Paldea and its interior, Area 0. This mysterious crater captured the imaginations of many, including the former Paldean emperor. 200 years ago, a group of explorers claimed to have finally reached its depths. Name of the team that achieved this was the Area Zero Expedition. Gonna have to remember that. The team is said to have been made up of Paldea's best and brightest. Skilled battlers, brilliant researchers, talented individuals of all kinds. Among the list of team members was the name of a man who was an author and brilliant natural historian, P. After returning from the expedition to Area Zero, he used his literary talent to record the events of the expedition and publish them. Aha, perfect timing to make eye contact here in Draconius. Let's see if you're paying attention. Area Zero Expedition. Though it would make more sense for them to be called the Survey Corps. I guess the survey would come after the expedition? For a more in-depth look? I don't know. Correct. To pick up on and remember a term I simply slipped into the flow of the lecture. Really aren't quite the clever one. Correct name for the team was the Area Zero Expedition. Record of their activities written by the expedition member Heath can be found in bookstores and the like even today. This record is now known as the Violet Book, which, if I remember right, in Pokemon Scarlet, it's called the Scarlet Book. At the time, the entire region of Paldea was absolutely buzzing about Area Zero. The Violet Book was so popular that practically everyone had a copy. However, the book itself was full of fantastical descriptions and illustrations of things that could never be thought of as real. What, like the Urban Mystica, which I found all 5? The masses began to call Heath a liar. Even the truth of the expedition making it to the bottom of the crater was called into question. Violet Book was condemned to the shelves of used bookstores. Just another book of wild paranormal stories. There's a copy on one of the bookshelves on the ground floor of the entrance hall. Feel free to have a read if you're interested. Which, interesting thing, is that book is actually there since the very beginning of the game. Like, as soon as you go into the school, if you just look around all the bookshelves, you can actually find it. That time already? I must have gotten swept up in filling your minds with knowledge. Since today's lesson, we will unravel more of history's enigmas together next time. Which... Gosh, the types of classes they have in the Pokemon universe, those seem like so much more fun and not a chore compared to like other stuff. Especially given if this is accurate to the amount of classes that you actually have to take. Like per semester. Like 6 classes? That's awesome. Good evening, Master Draconius. What class would you like to take? Oh yeah, and you can retake the classes whenever you want? Like, it feels more like online school. Which I know because I actually did that. Do you like history of Miss Violet? Yes. Greetings, my fellow students. Whatever you did yesterday is now part of history. Today's our last class, so I would like to unravel the marvels that history is presented to us, one last time. In our last class, I taught you about the Area Zero expedition of 200 years ago, correct? Well, 200 years is not that long ago. Not that long at all. How unfortunate that our history lessons must march so inexorably... Exorably? I did not know how to say that word. Toward the future. I may have heard it before, but I've never seen it written. Would it not be more of an adventure to march toward the past instead? Start from the present and study history in reverse. Yeah, that'd be interesting. So you agree with me, do you, Draconius? However, I'm afraid I risk incurring the wrath of our dear director if I stray from the curriculum. I suppose I have no choice but to let the flow of time carry us toward the future. In this last class of ours, I shall fill your minds with the history of the terrestrial phenomenon. Technology behind terror orbs has its origins in Area Zero. Even after the expedition supposedly reached the crater's deepest depths, others continued to explore that area. And around 140 years ago, Pokemon cloaked in mysterious light were discovered there. As you may have already guessed, these were in fact terrestrialized Pokemon. However, when those who discovered these Pokemon brought them out of Area Zero, the light faded, and the terrestrial phenomenon remained a mystery for quite some time. However, 10 years ago, that might as well be present day, a certain someone you have definitely heard of unraveled this mystery. Perfect timing to make eye contact, Draconius. Answer me this. What's the name of the famous professor who unraveled the terrestrial phenomenon? That would be Turo, I believe, since he's in the crater right now, still studying stuff. Correct. To think that you, a new transfer to our academy, could correctly answer this question, you must be very diligent in your studies. Or I'm working with Turo because of a Pokemon that doesn't really exist in the current timeline. Approximately 10 years ago, a professor named Turo unraveled the mystery of the terrestrial phenomenon. He discovered that the shining crystals down in Area Zero, or rather, the energy they emit, is what causes Pokemon to terrestrialize. This led the professor to invent Terror Orb technology and develop a practical use for it. This technology was then shared with both the Pokemon League and our academy. Rumor has it that Director Clovell was one of the researchers on the professor's team. Alas, the story is much less exciting now that someone we all know appears in it. Modern history truly is dull, isn't it? This ends my history classes. Our next session will be our final. Bring the wonders of history to the forefront of your minds in preparation. Yeah, I can't really even get into what Miraidon is, like, fully, without, like, really, spoiling the end of the game. For those who, like, say someone's watching this and they haven't seen the game to the end. That's as much information I can give on it without, like, giving everything away. Class will begin soon. Don't be tardy. Greetings, my little students. It's time for our final examination. Summon your historical knowledge from the dark recesses of your minds and answer the questions. Area 0. 805, if I remember correctly. Which one of these did not appear in Paldean Fairy Tale but for treasures? Folding fan. Leaf, Faith, Heath. How many years did Professor Turo invent Terra Orbs? 10 years ago. Which is crazy. You must excuse that last question. It is too shallow and ridiculous to be on a history test. But alas, the director forced me to include it. Hey, I got them all right. Yay, more medium candies. So that's what, the third one? Yeah. Last 3 classes. Oh, Mr. Salvatore. Okay. Or Salvatore. Class will begin soon. Don't be tardy. How'd you like the midterm? Oh, how'd you like the midterm? Y'all did really great. We're halfway there, and now time for another lesson. Are you ready? Très bonne response. Great answer. Merci, my friends. I knew I could count on you, stars. Leading up to the midterm, we all learned all sorts of words from different regions. Starting today, though, I'll be throwing a curveball before we begin listening to comprehension. Or, we begin listening comprehension. Oh, fun. Vossy, go for it, my assistant. Pika-pee, Pikachu. Yeah, this whole thing where you have to figure out what they're feeling by the way they vocalize. I hate this. Especially with Pikachu, because most of its sounds, except like when it's sad, sound happy. Pokemon can use language to share all kinds of information with each other, like the location of food, or whether there may be predators nearby. Same Pokemon's cries may sound different depending on what it wants to say. I'm sure you're all curious. So aujourd'hui, today that is, let's learn some Pokemon language. Je t'aimerais, if you'd be so kind, Pikachu. think with two G's, it's anger. Yeah. Which, if you didn't know this beforehand, how would you know that was anger and not happiness? That's right, I had my little Pikachu friend here pretend to be angry for us. Don't you think you did a great job? Give Pikachu a round of applause, everyone. Same Pokemon can even communicate its feelings in many different ways. Their voices change depending on their mood and physical condition. Try listening more carefully to a Pokemon. You may gain a deeper understanding of them. That having been said, Pokemon are quite mysterious creatures. Some actually don't communicate with words at all, but instead use things like electromagnetic or ultrasonic waves. Some even use telepathy. And now, apropos of nothing, let me give you all one of my wise words of advice. If you poke at your Pokemon too many times while watching them during picnics, they'll get mad at you, like Pikachu just demonstrated. Well, adios, matane. A la prochaine. Let's see you later, everyone. It's like I only recognize two of those languages. Well, except for English. Good evening, Master Chinese. Languages, please. My dear friends, how are you all today? I hope you're doing marvelously well. Time for another of Salvatore's language lessons. Are you ready? But I expect no less from my excellent friends. Even your replies to my questions are excellent. Today, we will once again be focusing on listening. Go for it, my assistant Pikachu. Sounds a little bleak. Its voice seems a little lower pitched too. Yeah, that's sadness. It'd be nice for some of the Pokemon if they actually gave them animations to match the voice lines. But yeah. Ding ding ding, that's right, Draconius. Fantastic. When Pikachu says, it's expressing sadness. Kinda makes you want to cry, doesn't it? That's right, I had my little Pikachu cry as if it was crying. Funny joke, right? Don't you think it did a great job? Give Pikachu a round of applause, everyone. And now, apropos of nothing, let me give you all one of my wise words of advice. If you hear one of your Pokemon making sad noises like this one, you should treat them with even more kindness than usual. Well, you probably already knew that, though. Piece of cake for you all, I'm sure. Of course, this goes for your classmates and others as well. Friends should support each other in times of sadness. Truly hope that you all can have smiles on your faces, all the time, my friends. The next lesson will be our final lesson together. Hope you're ready for the climactic finale. Adios, matane. So, reason why I skip over some of the words, like, in different languages is I know for some languages, there are words that if you say them in a different way, have completely different meanings. So yeah, I just want to be careful of that. Good evening, message buddies. Languages. Yep. Oh. Random. Huh, random student just walked right across the screen. Yep, languages. And after I do all of this, I'll go into, showing all the Pokemon I caught in between streams. Which I think I got like a box and a half's worth. So yeah. Not including the one that is now in my party. My dear friends, how are you all today? It's time for the last of Salvatore's language lessons. Are you ready? What a response! Fantastic. Oh, réponse fantastique, I think. Great answer, that is. Perfect for our last class together. I love it. And today, we will once again be having a listening lesson. Let's get right to it, my little Pikachu friend. Tell everyone, for our last listening class, tell everyone how you're feeling right now. Oh, can you feel that? That's one contagious emotion in Pikachu's voice. What emotion do you suppose Pikachu was just trying to convey? Well done, Draconius. I'm so happy that you got it right. Get it? When Pikachu says it's expressing happiness, doesn't it make you just want to break out into a happy dance? Oh, I never looked at the board behind him. That is so cool. Like, actually having the, Alolan Raichu there in the top right. And a regular Raichu on the top left. That's a... I think that's one of the card arts. Huh. Oh, that's cool. Love just little things hidden in there like that. As well as, like, in the history class, they have the picture of the professor from Pokemon Legends Arceus. But I didn't have to ask Pikachu to put on an act today. Oh no, I simply asked it to show you all how it felt about getting to have class with you. Getting to meet so many new friends and study together in this class with you. Made both me and my little Pikachu so very happy. And now, apropos of nothing, let me give you all one last wise word of advice. As you live your lives, I'm sure you will have times when you get mad or sad, maybe even more than you would like. Everything has its ups and downs. Life is a veritable roller coaster. But, my lovey, at the end, that is, there's surely happiness waiting for you. So, garde les soirées. Keep a smile on your face, even in the hardest times. When you're faced with a problem that you can't handle alone, find someone to rely on, be it a teacher, your family, your friends, anyone. Our next lesson will be our final exam. Be sure to review what we learned in all our lessons so far. Adios, matane. Yep, give me the final for languages. My character has been doing this day and night in-game. Today we take our final exam. Relax, that is, and do your best. Are you ready? Let's begin. Sure. This one. That's anger. You just have to pay attention to the... You have to pay attention to the spelling. And that was happiness. Saboteur. Successfully. Time is up. Pose over stylos. Put down your pens, that is. I assume the obligatory... Then the question, last question that is, gave you no trouble. I'm sure you all did great. Bravo, my friends. You can get your scores at the school's front desk. I think I got all 5, or at least 4. Hey, 5 of 5. Almost there. Except for Saboteur, I have, what, Battle Studies and then Home Ec? Oh, Battle Studies, Home Ec, and then Art. Or no, Home Ec is last. Which I'm fine with that, because that dude's probably my favorite teacher in the game. You like Battle Studies with Miss Tendra? Yes. Class will begin soon, don't be tardy. Another day, another round of battle study. Boss, let's get right to it. You all gave everything you had on the midterm exams. Well done. We'll resume our regular classes today, so keep up that energy for the second half of the term. Not team. Have you all been using the R button to send out your Pokemon? If you do, your Pokemon will run off in the direction you're facing. Super useful tactic that lets your Pokemon pick up far-away items for you. And that's not all. There's a wild Pokemon near where you send your Pokemon to start battling each other. We call those auto battles. Just as the name implies, your Pokemon will act on its own during auto battles, meaning you won't have to give it any commands. Which, the reason for doing auto battles isn't just from... well, actually there's a few reasons. One of them is just to get a bit of extra XP, though you don't get as much as if you did a regular battle. There's also for resource grinding. Like, it's the easiest way to grind up resources. I think the last one was... oh, yeah, for resetting the Pokemon spawns. Because if you take out Pokemon that are on the screen, it allows new Pokemon to spawn. If Pokemon wins, it'll get EXP points just like it would in a regular battle. Oh wait, I thought they got reduced amount. Really? Make good use of these battles, they can be a really efficient way to train your party. But you'll want to remember that Pokemon want to evolve or learn new moves right away if they level up from an auto battle. Also, if a Pokemon loses an auto battle, it will come back with a small amount of HP left. Be sure to heal it up right away. Yeah, I don't think your Pokemon can faint from auto battles, though I'm not sure about that. Whoops, I just about did the whole class as a one-sided lecture. Does anyone have any questions so far? You can't catch wild Pokemon in auto battles, and you cannot stop auto battles. You can only return your Pokemon before they get into one. Great, you're already really good at this. I can't wait to see where you go from here. Gosh, Saralech looks so good. I love that glow that they gave to the flames. Even during auto battles, Pokemon are out there battling for us, your trainers. Keep an eye on them as much as possible, and if it looks like they're going to lose, be sure to have them retreat. Also, this goes without saying, but Pokemon with low HP are already worn out. They probably won't enjoy auto battles as much, so don't work them too hard. Oh, right! If you send Pokemon out that are low on HP for auto battles, it actually lowers their happiness value. Which is good to know because there are certain moves in the game that require a low happiness value, which is a value that is completely invisible and you can never check. And some Pokemon require that to be really high in order to evolve. They probably won't enjoy all of us as much, so don't work them too hard. In conclusion, auto battles only work if a trainer and their Pokemon have a relationship of mutual trust. Be smart with how you use auto battles so you don't lose the trust of your Pokemon. Ah man, I was just about to suggest we do some hands-on practice while we drive the point home. But I guess we run out of time, as usual. Class is over for now. Take care, you little rascals. Five. Yeah, dangerous stuff is just like explaining video game mechanics. Actually, that's what majority of these are. Like the history one is giving you the history of the region so you can know what goes on around here. Battle studies just gives you insight for stuff during battles. The math one teaches you all about how moves work. Like, I really like it. That they kind of put all of this in as an optional tutorial, of a sense. But you have to unlock some of the stuff. And they reward you for doing it. Another day, another round of battle study. Let's get to it. Hope you gave auto battles a shot like we talked about last class, though I've done it quite a bit. Making good use of auto battles will let you train up a bunch of different Pokemon. It's also an efficient way to gather the Pokemon materials you need to make TMs at TM machines. Speaking of which, have you all been using the TM machines? I sure hope so, because it's pop quiz time. To create TMs, you need Pokemon materials and one other thing. League points. Which is a form of money. Because you can actually use them instead of cash to pay for stuff, which is interesting. Looks like you're already a TM Machine Pro, new kid. Correct answer is League Points, or LP for short. You can give LP and Pokemon materials to a TM machine to create TMs, but that's not all. You can also exchange Pokemon materials at a machine to gain LP. Recently heard about some shady individuals getting LP illegally using a technique called hacking, or something like that. I wouldn't know anything about that. I don't want any of you getting involved in bad stuff like that, got it? Anyway, you can also add TMs you want to make to your watch list. This will help you keep an eye on the materials you need to gather. Okay, so that's how the watch list works. I saw that when I was off stream yesterday, and I was just doing some stuff on here to level some of my Pokemon, get the new one, stuff like that. In conclusion, in order to make TMs, you need Pokemon materials. And if you want to get hold of lots of materials, you'll have to battle all kinds of Pokemon. Oh man, I was just about to suggest we do some hands-on practice. What, Trinity? Everything alright there? Oh, those are all puns. Okay. Hands-on practice? Oh, yeah. I guess we're never gonna have the time. Didn't even realize she said that. Class is over for now. Take care, you little rascals. Yeah, she always runs out of time before she's able to get the practice that she wants. Yep, that was study 6. Oh, this is our last class, but don't let those energy levels drop before we wrap things up. You've shown that you have more than enough knowledge to be super strong battlers. I don't know that I've much left to teach you, but we can always aim for ever greater heights. So today, I'm going to teach you about the rules of link battles. When two trainers participate in link battles together, they can engage in either single battles or double battles. Oh, I didn't know about this. If you're playing in a group of 4, you can all battle each other in multi-battles. Or I guess I forgot. Now when you're out having battles during your independent study, you can use whatever number of Pokemon you like, and they can be any level. But in link battles, there are special rules to keep in mind. Some of these rules involve adjusting Pokemon's levels. Now, the No Restrictions rule sets all Pokemon to stay at their current level. It lets trainers use multiple Pokemon of the same species and multiples of the same held item, too. But if you choose to use normal rules, all Pokemon will be set to level 50 for your battles, regardless of what level they actually are. This even includes lower level Pokemon. They'll get a power boost to participate. Normal rules lets you use multiples of the same Pokemon species, and same held items too. Great part about this rule set is that it lets any of your Pokemon participate. All they have to do is learn some good moves. Lastly, rule set called Flat Rules mostly affects Pokemon over level 50. Such Pokemon will be set to level 50 for the duration of the battle. The Flat Rule set is the one often used for official tournaments. This rule set does not allow trainers to use multiple Pokemon of the same species or multiples of the same held item. Alright, here's a question for you. Which rule set should you pick if you want to use a lower level Pokemon and keep its level low? That'd be Flat Rules. Because there are some crazy strategies you can use. Like a low level Geodude or something with Sturdy. in having it with like the move Endeavor or something. Or not Endeavor, what's the move that cuts your opponent's health down to yours? Is that Endeavor? I know there's also something like Pain Split, where you bring both of your health values together and then cut it in half. And then both get half of that. Like, both get each half. Which can be a full heal for one Pokemon and cut the other one under half health. Which is really cool. That's the one, new kid. Looks like you were listening to the lesson. If you got some clever strategy that you need to use a level 5 Pokemon for, your best bet is to choose the Flat Roll set. Of course, you can also choose no restrictions if you want to battle with any Pokemon you want, at any level and with any held item. Pretty good rule set for when you want to battle freely with friends. In conclusion, normal rolls adjust all Pokemon to 50. Flat rolls lets you use lower level, but higher level Pokemon get set to 50. And then no restrictions allows you to use anything. Oh man, I was just about to suggest we do some more hands-on practice. Or to do some hands-on practice to really drive the point home, but I guess we truly are out of time. Next class will be the final exam. Aim for a perfect score. Good morning, Draconius. What class would you like to take? Final battle stage, please. Yes. Class will begin soon, don't be tardy. Yeah, the reason why I'm not doing as many voices as I normally do is just because my voice was sore for a couple days last time I did that, so... yeah, I just want to take it... or my throat was sore, so just want to take it easy. It's finally game day. Today is our final exam. Time to put on your game faces and do battle with those test sheets. Attack and special attack, that is go all out. I know this one because I use it all the time when fighting the Black Terror raids. Which... oh, those are nightmares. I usually get lucky and have a team of people that are really, really good, but my Pokemon is almost never able to do anything, even if it's level 100. So I just spam go all out to give the people that can actually do damage some attack boosts. What do we call the battles of Pokemon sent out with the R button do on their own? Auto battles. Chain LP. Take on gems, exchange materials, hack the system. Exchange materials. Gems just give you money. High level Pokemon are adjusted to what level using flat rolls. Flat rolls for high level 50. Normal rolls, you can use multiple Pokemon of the same species and multiples of the same held item. True. Yep. Okay. That is battle studies done. So, 2 classes left? or 2 types of classes, but another 4 things left on each. Hey there, Stunt. How's it going? Feels great to get a test out of the way, doesn't it? Let's take a look at the results. Yay, I got them all. That's good to hear. Then us to give this reward to any students who pass the exam. Oh yeah? Yeah, that's one of those games that you can just burn yourself out on. Like for me, I get addicted to that game and play until I burn myself out. Hello class, it is I, Hassel, yet again. I am pleased to say that everybody did well on the midterm exams. As a reward for all your hard work, we have a special guest visiting us today. Now then, Brassy, please come on in. Greetings. Oh, we know this is the crazy artist, dude. Okay. I'm Brassius. I'm an artist, and I focus exclusively on grass-type Pokemon for my work. Brassius here mainly creates 3-dimensional pieces, such as statues and the like. One of his major works is the installation titled Surrendering Some Flora, found in Artezon. Many of you who've challenged the Artezon Gym are no doubt familiar with these sculptures. Yes, I do recognize some faces among your students. I hope you all understand how fortunate you are to be able to attend Hass's classes. Old Hass is the man who saved me when I had lost all hope and given up on myself. But he never gave up on me. I do not exaggerate when I say that he is the mentor in life. Or he is my mentor in life. It is precisely thanks to Hass that I was able to establish my current art style. Ah, dear Brassy, I have nothing against reminiscing about old times, but today I hope that you will guide this class in a way that only you can. Of course. Let's see, why don't we discuss what Hass mentioned, surrendering some flora. Can anyone here tell what my mood was when I crafted its detached expression? No, no, no. Completely and utterly wrong. Oh, yes I did. Yeah, that Ice Gym wiped out every one of my Pokemon in 1 to 2 hits the first time I did it. When I made that sculpture, I had surrendered all hope. I was prepared to give up on everything. I resolved to give up my life as an artist if that piece did not receive proper recognition. Hence the name Surrendering Some Flora. That's exactly it, Hass. When I started out as an artist, I experienced many hardships. I even became deathly ill and fell into a slump that drove me into desperation. I began worrying only about what would sell. I was concerned with only fame and fortune. But all my pieces during this time had no depth. They were all shallow trash. It was then that I met Hass. He helped me realize how petty I was being. I'll spare you the details, but in the end I was able to leave all that behind. And that is also when I crafted the Sunflora. Remarkable. Even I did not know the full story until now. This kind of thing is hard to tell someone, especially when they're so close. I don't doubt that you adolescents will often find your heads crowded with worries. My advice to you is simple. Be honest with yourself and do whatever your heart desires. So long as you don't cause trouble, that is. That's all for me. I must admit I'm beginning to feel a bit embarrassed, so I bid you farewell, Hax. And farewell to your pupils as well. Oh, I know that for the new series that Ash isn't even going to be in it. Or as far as I know, like, he's no longer the main character. Finally. I don't know. Like, hasn't some of it actually come out already? And I heard it was pretty good. Oh, Brassy, I can't believe it. Such a wonderful quest. Thank you so much. I think there is going to be a Pikachu in there because, well, one of the professors in this actually does have a Pikachu and has like a Raichu pin on his jacket. Like one of the teachers does. But I think as far as like the mascot Pokemon for the series, like the one that the character is going to be having no matter what, is actually going to be Palmy now. At least that feels like how it's going to be. Because, well, Palmy is such a ridiculously cute Pokemon. Yeah, this little guy. Which, the whole evolutionary trio of Palmy just looks so cute. Which is Palmy, Palmo, and Palmont. Like, I love those little things, they're so cute. And, unlike Pikachu, they're actually really good Pokemon. Because, like, I've used a Raichu before. I've used Pikachu before. They're so outclassed by, like, just about any other electric type. I think even Pachirisu is better than Pikachu. Which is saying something, because from what I remember, Pachirisu wasn't that great. But something like Togedemaru is amazing, which is an electric steel type. Then there's I think Electros, which is electric water. There's there's a lot of Pokemon that are really good, which just, if you want an electric type on your team, completely outshine Pikachu. Hello class, it is I, Hassel, yet again. First, allow me to apologize for losing my composure during our last class. I was so touched by Brassius' story that I simply couldn't contain my emotions. Sorry for making such a scene. certainly got a very stern talking to from his time after last class, yes. Anyway, let's shift gears and dive into the material for today's class. Now, have any of you heard of the 10 sites of Paldea? As the name would imply, there are 10 sites in Paldea that are considered particularly beautiful. Among them, I would say that the Grand Olive Orchard is likely the most accessible. You can see the field of olive trees from the hill on the way to Cortando. 2 waterfalls are also counted among these 10 sites, the Fury Falls and Casaroyo Falls. Then there's the peak of Glaceado's mountain, known as Paldea's highest peak. There's another cliff on Glaceado. I don't know why my brain automatically changes that to Glaceado. There's another cliff on Glaceado Mountain that's named after its rather unique shape. So let me ask you, my students, what is the name of the 3-pronged cliff on Glaceado Mountain? No need to grasp at straws. I believe it was called the Grass. Exactly, it looks like a hand taking hold of something, doesn't it, Draconius? 3-pronged cliff on Glaceado Mountain is in fact known as Glaceado's Grasp. Though its shape is far too stubby to be that of a human hand, I imagine someone thought it looked like a Pokemon hand grabbing something. There's also the mountains in Area 3 of the province, where you can get a good look at Levencia. It's particularly gorgeous at night. In fact, the view is so brilliant, it's known as the Million-Volt Skyline. Here it's quite the hotspot for dates, and deservedly so for having a romantic view. I imagine it's, what do the kids say these days? A very, bleak selfie spot? Of course, you may feel that not all 10 sites live up to their grandiose names. How often do we visit some tourist spot only to be disappointed? Not to say that you shouldn't visit them, only that you should keep your hopes in check. The important thing is to go yourself and see them with your own 2 eyes. And sometimes, a disappointing experience can be worthwhile in its own way. Take a chance. Well, that's it for today, class. Thank you for your attention. But yeah, so about Pikachu, it's one that I get why it's a mascot, and because it's the mascot, it's been the forefront of every single Pokemon show. Yeah, they may have something to where, like, Ash just randomly shows up. And is just like an Easter egg type thing, or a callback. Because they're most likely going to do something like that because of how many seasons there was with Ash. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of those that I think might be a little interesting, especially because the more you get into it with some of the teachers and stuff in the game, like, every main character that's, like, fully named and has, like, even the slightest bit that could be behind them have, like, full-blown storylines to do with every single one of them. So yeah, they could only, like, expand further on that. Class will begin soon, don't be tardy. Hello class, it is I, Hassel, yet again. My, how time flies, as they say. Indeed, our time together has certainly flown by. It's hard to believe that this is our last class. Now, our topics for today may feel somewhat unrelated to art. But there's absolutely no set definition as to what art should be. Therefore, let us carry on with the discussion and see where it takes us. There are two things I wish to focus on today. Ribbons and marks. Oh right, they actually do cover that in this, okay. Both ribbons and marks are special honors that capture a Pokemon's qualities. There will be times when your Pokemon gives maximum effort, or has a noteworthy experience. In recognition of its feats and accomplishments, it can be given a ribbon. To give an example, if you manage to become incredibly close to a Pokemon, you may be granted the Best Friends ribbon. Incidentally, if there is a person in Cascaralpha who can give your Pokemon a Best Friends ribbon. Marks, on the other hand, are mostly found on wild Pokemon when you meet them for the first time. They can symbolize the character of a Pokemon, such as with the Rowdy mark or the Vigor mark. It's completely up to luck whether you run into a Pokemon with these marks. So if you're able to catch a Pokemon with a mark, rejoice at your outstanding fortune. Does anyone know what special thing you can do with Pokemon that have ribbons or marks? They can have different titles when you throw them into battle. Correct answer is that Pokemon with ribbons or marks can be given titles. What's more, they can be sent into battle displaying a title of your choosing. For example, if you send out a Gibble with a Best Friends ribbon... you send out a Gibble with a Best Friends ribbon by declaring, "Go Gibble the Great Friend." And while I know I just said that marks are generally found already on Pokemon when you meet them for the first time, it seems that more recently Pokemon can be awarded certain marks based on their efforts. These are marks such as the Gourmand, the Item Finder, the Partner, and so on. Perhaps it might be fun to try and work out how to get each mark using its name as a clue. Well, that just about wraps up our last class. Next is the final exam. Please review our material closely so that you pass on your first try. Which, yeah, first time I went through this game, my Pokemon actually got the... my starter actually ended up getting the Reliable Partner one. Which, I don't know how she got it, she just randomly got it. So yeah, I'll probably have to look into how to get some of these. Good morning, Master Chikais. What class would you like to take? We are at final. Yes. Class will begin soon, don't be tardy. Yeah, I think I'll leave doing all the extra stuff with these teachers to the next stream. And I'm just going to be doing, trying to get to the Pokemon League and stuff like that for the rest of this stream. Maybe finish out the Team Star stuff, I don't know. I do hope you're all ready because it's time for your final exam. Focus and do your best. And begin. Treasure Eerie. This is the Signature Art Installation. Surrendering Sunflora. 2. Provincia. False. That should be all 5 correct. Time's up. That's it for today's test. Pencils down, please. Thank you all so much for learning about art with me. Time we shared has left a mark I will treasure. I promise you. It's my sincere wish that all of you go to even greater, more prosperous futures. And that's it. Good work, everyone. You can receive your results from the front desk. Yep, let's see. Yeah, all 5. Okay, and I'm making sure to save that. Okay. Just checking something real quick. Alright, go. Now for the final class. Help with tomorrow? Yes. Class will begin soon, don't be tardy. Put away your phones. It's time to begin class. Though some of you had to retake the midterm exam multiple times, I'm glad to say that the majority of the class passed without issue. I feel honored to see that the knowledge and skills indispensable for daily life have taken root in all of you. I trust that you will all work just as hard on your life skills in the second half of our course as well. Let us now turn our attention to the topic of the day, which was inspired by a question I received on the subject of meal powers. The student who asked this question is a young man who enjoys the culinary arts. He tells me that he regularly researches culinary techniques on his own and pays careful attention to the ingredients he uses. Hi Arvin, I see you right up at the front there. He also spends day and night studying all aspects of the culinary arts. Yet despite this, he is baffled by his inability to increase the effectiveness of his meal powers. So tell me, Master Draconius, since you did quite well on your midterm exam, what should this young man do to increase the effectiveness of his meal powers? Arvin? He should make it with other people. Perfectly correct. I see that you are knowledgeable about the culinary arts. To increase the effectiveness of meal powers, your sandwiches must be filled with many different ingredients. For a single person, this may prove difficult, but if you prepare a sandwich with others, you'll be able to handle a larger serving of bread. With a larger base to start with, it becomes quite simple to add more ingredients to your sandwich, which in turn makes it possible to receive meal powers of increased effectiveness. This applies more broadly as well. When dealing with a difficult issue, working with others to solve the issue may be the best course of action. I'm sure that Arvin will likewise work with his friends to craft his sandwiches in the future. The identity of the male student is a matter of privacy, so I would ask that you do not pry too deeply. Our time together has come to an end for today. I bid you all farewell. I love how it just slips out like that. He's like, I didn't say anything. Yeah, that's part of the reason why Sawaru is one of my favorite teachers in a game. And just because of some of the extra stuff that you talk to him about when he's not your teacher, but just when you're around the campus. Like, he's just really nice. Put away your phones, it's time to begin class. While you're out performing field work, with one of your Pokemon walking alongside you, have you ever noticed it changes in its coloration? Now, I don't mean that it suddenly becomes a shiny Pokemon or any nonsense like that. I'm speaking of it becoming filthy. Pokemon battle, they get hurt by moves used against them. They get battered by wind and rain. They get covered in sand and mud. They get, in a word, filthy. I have seen many a trainer walking about with their adorable little Pokemon without addressing this issue. It's deplorable. Let me ask this question of someone who I'm sure would not tolerate such shameful conduct. Oh yes, Master Draconius. What should you do if your Pokemon is dirty? Clean it. Perfectly correct. I know I could count on you to provide me with such an answer. When your Pokemon are dirty, clean them. This is, of course, simply common sense. While you're having a picnic, you can approach the Pokemon on your team and perform a variety of actions. One such action is putting them through what I like to call the Pokemon wash. In other words, you're able to clean them up. You start by getting your sponge lathered up with soapy bubbles as you gently and carefully scrub your Pokemon. Once your Pokemon is nice and covered in bubbles, they will encapsulate the filth. Then you simply wash it away with a spray of water. This will get your Pokemon clean and shining bright as a Terrajewel. It's certainly quite a bit of work, but this will also restore HP and cure status conditions. However, some Pokemon may have parts of their bodies they don't want scrubbed, or that they would rather not get wet. Be sure to keep this in mind when cleaning your Pokemon. Like in this game, if you have a Charmander, or like any of the Char evolution line, Charmander, Charmeleon, or Charizard, if you touch their tail at all, they will get mad. Now, the most important point that I must mention is that some Pokemon like to be dirty. Though I will contradict myself by saying this, please do remember that cleaning your Pokemon is not always the kind thing to do. Our time together has come to an end for today. I bid you all farewell. Yeah, like if it's a muck or something like that, they don't like to be cleaned. Which, yeah, it's interesting. And it's just a nice way to heal up your Pokemon without having to, use items, or if you're not near a Poke Center. Or to get rid of status conditions without having to have all the different types of sprays on you. Or the berries. Put away your phones, it's time to begin our last class together. Home economics is the study of life's necessities. Looking back on our time together, I realized I focused almost entirely on food. Hope it's not too late to shift to a discussion of clothing, another necessity in our last class. As I'm sure you're aware, our academy has an air of freedom about it. We provide uniforms for each season to accommodate the diverse climate of Paldea. However, students are free to wear whichever style they wish whenever they please. You should all have received 4 sets of tops and bottoms, one each for spring, summer, fall, and winter, when the academy accepted you. If by chance you were not aware of this, you may wish to peruse your wardrobe. As long as you wear a school uniform, the rest of your ensemble need not be school issued. This includes your bag, your hat, if you choose to wear one. You're even free to style your bag or your hat if you choose to wear one. You're even free to style your hair however you wish. Mr. Salvatore's hairstyle, for example, would almost certainly have been against school rules when I was a boy. That reminds me. There's one more thing you all like to decorate, which I must say I find quite charming. Phones? Perfectly correct. That's the adorable little thing I was speaking of. Oh, it interests me so. I must admit that I am fascinated by Rotom phones and how to customize them. What's that? How very intriguing. So, there's a shop called Delibird Presents where you can purchase cases for your Rotom phones. Thank you for that useful bit of information. I shall have to go myself first thing tomorrow to get an adorable case of my own liking. Forgive me, I seem to have gotten a little carried away with the small talk. This class is known as Home Economics, nears its end, I offer these final words to you who have been honing everyday life skills with me. My field of study is not so decisive as the likes of mathematics, for instance, where test scores might play a part in deciding your future. However, as you go on to cook for yourselves, to take care of your Pokemon, to decide what to wear in the morning when you awaken, I'd be honored if what I had taught you serves to smoothen out and enrich your lives, even if only a little. This sentiment was imparted to me by Mr. Hassel, and his particular outlook on such matters. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart for seeing this class through to the end. Our time together has come to a close for today. Prepare to do your best on our final exam. Which I do have to say, if there is another, well, there will be more Pokemon games in the future, 100%. But for the next one that ends up coming after, you know, Scarlet and Violet, and like after all the DLC are out and everything, I kind of hope they finally add something to where you can, like, customize body type of your character's age and stuff like that. Because, don't get me wrong, having the characters how they are is nice. And that you actually are able to customize them is nice. But if they gave that little extra bit when you started the game, to have maybe your character be a little bit older, since, you know, there's students at the academy that range up to being elderly. And of, like, all body shapes and sizes. It's like they have all of these models in the game already, so why not allow you to use one? So, yeah. I wonder if that'll be a thing in a future Pokemon game. Anyways, time to finalize the stuff with Mr. Swallow. Which his final stuff requires some really, really late game stuff. Time has come to test how well you all have learned in my class. Let's begin before the information simmering in your brains from a last-minute cram session fades. That is Sparkling Power. Makes hatch strong Pokemon. That is not the effect. It makes eggs hatch faster and easier to find. Simple yet important tactic for increasing effectiveness of meal powers. Make it with others. Direct action when your adorable Pokemon become dirty. Pokemon Wash. It does not matter. Okay. That should be all 5 for the last ones. I made the questions a little easier than I'd planned to, as a way of saying thank you for informing me about where to from cases. I trust you all gave this exam everything you had, so you will not have to retake it. Please remember to ask for your scores at the front desk before leaving. And finally, done with this stuff. Yeah, I only missed a question on one of these. Nice. You have now finished all your classes and passed all of their exams. I have this for you from Director Clavel. Oh, right, you get 5 large candies for completing all of them. I forgot about that. Which is like, sure, you could get the same amount of those from just doing raid battles. But it unlocks more than just that. Well, things being, I'm going to do one final little thing, which is I'm going to be chasing one of the teachers around the school. Alright, Fort, where are you? She's in the staff room, okay. So I'm basically going to be following Rhyfort around the entire school until I get to the end of her quest line. Because that's what's required to easily get the 4 mythical Pokemon. You're, yes, Draconius from Class 1A. The way you conduct yourself in my class and the answers you give to my questions, I admit they pique my interest. You're quite the interesting pupil, I must say. Tell me, Draconius, given a choice, which do you prefer? Things of old, or things that are new? To be honest, like, even if I think about, like, video games and stuff, I am someone who does prefer some retro games over newer games. But at the same time, I absolutely love newer games, and it's like, for technology, I love to see how it advances and everything. As well as science, but it's so interesting to learn about the old stuff. See, it's like, I'm almost in the middle on that question. Ah, so you prefer things of the past, do you? Potentially saw you as real after all. Yes, this one may indeed be of good use to me someday. You can disregard that. I was simply thinking out loud. Enjoy our little conversation today. You have my thanks, Draconius. Okay, where is Ryford gonna be now? She's now in the entrance hall. Actually, I think she just sticks around the entrance hall now. Why, if it isn't Draconius from Class 1A? Are you perhaps interested in the rest of the old tale I told you in class? Yes. It is convenient that you would take the bait I presented in class. A vessel, a sword, a set of tablets, and a set of beads. After obtaining these 4 treasures, the king's castle was destroyed. Why, do you ask? Because these 4 treasures were actually 4 Pokemon. As these Pokemon were passed from human hand to human hand as treasures, they slowly became tainted by hubris and greed. Finally, after coming into contact with the rapacity of the king at that time, they awakened as disasters and began to rampage out of control. The king called for renowned Pokemon wielders to defend the country, and after a fierce battle, these incarnations of disaster were quelled. It is said that these 4 Pokemon were then sealed away somewhere in Paldea. So, what do you think? Would you say the story is just make-believe? Well, no. Every story about the past is usually based on some sort of truth. Very astute of you. I've read many historical disaster reports, personal journals, and the like. There's much to support the truth of this story. If I'm able to prove the story's veracity myself, I'd be sure to let you know. I think she just stays here now, so I can talk to her again. Draconius, the time has come. The cursed treasures, the 4 Pokemon of Ruin. They exist! And I stumbled upon the truth in the newspaper, of all places. In an interview piece with a carpenter, no less. The Pokemon wielders apparently use sacred stakes to seal these creatures of ruin in shrines. There's a separate shrine for each of the 4 Pokemon, and 8 stakes driven into the ground in the area surrounding each shrine, to keep the power of ruin at bay. In other words, if all the stakes for a given shrine were to be removed, it would release the Pokemon held inside. Don't you think it would be nice to free those Pokemon from the confines of their tiny little shrines, Draconius? They will be mine. A kind soul, I see. You're proving truly useful. According to a descendant of Pokemon wielders in the story, you must have a bond with Pokemon in order to remove the stakes. I'm sure someone as Pokemon savvy as yourself would have no trouble at all with that. You can choose for yourself whether to believe me or not, but I will mark the locations of these shrines on your map. I'd rather go myself, of course, but skipping out on my classes to go adventuring seems to have made the director a little suspicious of me. You can think of it as part of your treasure hunt. Treasures of ruin are still treasures after all. I hope you'll investigate these shrines if you are at all inclined to do so. So yeah, now these are marked on my map. Which, all 4 of those Pokemon are really good, actually. I may end up using the Ice one. Like, I may end up using the one from Ice Friend. And I might just might end up using the one from Fire Scourge. Not sure though. As far as like Grass Wither, that one probably not. Just because, well, my starter type's a grass type and the Grass Wither is nowhere near as strong as that. I think there was, what, like a steel one? Icewind. Ah, Ground Blight, the ground type one, yeah. Which, that one's also really good. Like, all four of them are really good. But yeah, it kind of feels weird that it's, you know, water, fire, grass, and then ground? Like, the ground type just kinda stands out there. Oh wait, no, there's not even water. It's ice, fire, grass, and ground. So yeah, there's no water type in it. So it's like, it makes sense if it was like water, fire, grass, and ice. But, yeah. Okay. What do we got here? Oh, right. First things first, I was going to show off the Pokemon that I got. Off stream. So, I caught quite a few. Because I just kept running into them. So, I ran into a Luxray, so I caught it. Vigoroth, Flareon, Corvusquire, Drowsy, Hypno, Torkoal, Pawniard. I grinded out all the Sinistea I needed to get my Charcadet up to a Ceruledge. Because I need the Sinistea chips. Found a Metatite, Houndstone, a Toxtricity, which... Speaking of good electric type Pokemon, this one's Electric Poison. Flamigo, which is a pretty good Pokemon. I used it the first time I went through. Which is a Flying Fighting type. I think that and Hawlucha are the only fighting flying. There was a Weasel, a Choodle, Noibat, and I also found a Noivern. Gogoat, Dracloak, Dreepy. Oh, the Dreepy is actually a female. Well, I'm putting that as potential, because Dragon Ghost is really good. Oh, I'm just showing the stuff that I caught between streams. Dratini, Spoink, Espatra. Skelvillain, Toxel. So, Toxel can become a completely different version of Toxtricity, which learns completely different moves, depending on its nature. Which is so strange. Hatena, Gumi. Oh, Gumi is just a regular dragon. Really? I thought it had an extra typing to it. Interesting. Arcanine, which Arcanine are so fluffy in this game, I want one. Then a Hatchrim, Pyroar, Snom, Teddiursa, Ursaring, Voltaria, I found a Poltergast, Houndour, Tauros, Gastrodon, Passimian, and a second... I don't think that's correct. You may be mixing it up with something else. And so, Appleton is an Applin if you give it a sweet apple, instead of a tart apple. Well, Gumi wasn't even in the games during Sinnoh. Like, it's a later gen Pokemon. Put this on 5. There we go. Yeah, I'm not sure there. Because Diamond and Pearl did have a lot of legendaries, don't get me wrong. It could just be a Pokemon that's mythically rare in the remake or something. Yeah, I may have to look into that, because that's very interesting. Okay, so next thing is... not gonna go for area yet. Going to be finishing out Victory Road pretty much last. Maybe I should fight Arven. Oh, what were the average levels of his Pokemon at this point? Like, 60? Oh, that's a good move. I'll swap that out with Shadow Sneak, I guess. What happens if I give 10 to you? That's 3 levels. Wow. I should be fine, hopefully. I don't know why, I just have a feeling that Arvin is going to destroy my team. Because I can't remember the level of his Pokemon. Alright, Arvin. Where are ya? Where's he supposed to appear when I go right here? Okay, there we go. Seriously, you beat me here? I don't know how, Arvin. I just went through, like, all of my classes. Well, this is the lab. I used to come here to play all the time when I was a kid. There better be a good reason for calling us out here like this. Let's find out. Everyone always says he's some kind of genius. Absolutely brilliant as a Pokemon professor. My dad, that is. But let me tell you, as a parent, he's the worst. All he ever does is work. He never comes home. I don't have a single memory of him ever even playing with me. His own kid. Mabostif's the only one who was there for me. Always. Anyway, it's open now. Go on in. Just want to get this over with. I need your help. I'm currently at the deepest point of Area Zero, in the Great Crater Paldea. I've been researching the unique Pokemon here for a very long time. I'm asking the two of you to lend a hand, to help carry out the final step of the great Professor Turo's glorious research. The final step? But there's something we need first. Something that can be found within that lab. What we need is the Violet Book. Wait, do you mean this book? Ah, so you took it from the lab, did you, Arvin? This expedites things. Bring the Violet Book to the deepest depths of Area Zero. I promise that it will be an experience worth treasuring if you come. I must note, however, that Area Zero is both home to vicious Pokemon and outfitted with powerful cybernetic security systems. seems to me that you might struggle if the two of you were to enter alone. You may take the time to gather some reliable allies before you come, if you feel the need. I will be awaiting you in the deepest part of Area 0, whenever you arrive. Area 0. That place is bad news. It was down in Area 0 that Mapistov got wounded in the first place. Down in the Great Crater of Paldea. In all honesty, I'd be perfectly happy to never see that place again. Are you gonna go? We might find our treasure. Our treasure, huh? Yeah. I suppose that was the assignment we were given. And I can't just stand by and watch while a friend heads off into danger on his own. So I guess I'm going too. Besides, I'd love to give Dad a piece of my mind. Alright then, Draconius, outside. We're gonna have a battle to see if we're really ready to head into Area 0 or not. Mostly to see if I'm ready or not. Let's go. Oh, I'm afraid he's going to wipe the floor with me. Let me see here. Do I happen to have... What's an absorb bulb? Single use, special attack when damaged by water type. Assault vest. Special defense prevents the use of status moves. Yeah, they don't have the one for healing. Oh wait, I'm not immediately thrown into a battle with him. Oh, okay, that's good. Because in that case, I'm gonna try and get to a Delibird presence real quick. And there's a reason for that. Actually, before I do anything, I should get the rewards from my Pokedex. Yeah, so I was under 130 Pokemon before I did this. Now I'm at 171. Dusk Stone. Ooh, some Dusk Balls. Those are good. A Shiny Stone, that'll be useful. Some more mediums. And some dive balls. 180 is for 10 Stardust. I was hoping I'd get some Stardust. Oh well. Let's see here. If I remember right, there's a Delibird presence like right around here. There it is. I would like battle items. Okay, I'm not going to give it charcoal. this thing called? Oh, we do not have it. Oh. Huh. Okay, I guess I'll buy a charcoal. I don't have a water type. I have a Pokemon that's both flying and bug, so I guess I'll get one of each of these. Well, I guess I should technically get one of each of these. One of my Pokemon is already holding a Miracle Seed. Muscle Band. Boost power physical moves. Special moves. Punching Glove. Boost power of holders' punching moves and prevents direct contact with targets. Oh, that's interesting. Boost super effective. Okay, so there's Focus Band and Focus Sash. Focus Band is a percentage chance but doesn't get used up. Focus Sash is guaranteed but always gets used up. Okay. Speed Stat but only one move. Interesting. Protects the holder from having its ability changed. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Okay, there's some cool ones in here. Quick Claw, which allows you to move first occasionally. Razor Claw. Oh, Boost Crit Ratio. Oh, that's interesting. Yep, King's Rock is a random chance for... Ooh. Yeah, I'm going to grab one of those. Yeah, there's some interesting things here. I'll buy this stuff. Oh, wait. Let's check if they have something else. Would it be under general goods? It might be. Oh, they actually sell both types of apples. Oh, that's cool. And that's one of the nectars for the phase changing. Soothe Bell, which makes Pokemon friendly faster. I'll actually grab one of those. Oh, and you can buy bottle caps. Interesting. Huh. Alright, what else you got? Phone cases, Pokeballs and general goods. What phone cases you got? I like the one that I got, but I don't know. Yeah. Don't really care for those. What Pokeballs do they have? Is it just the stuff I can normally buy? Yep. Well, I can buy 14 more of these. Okay. So, time to give some of these to my Pokemon. So, Wise Muscle Silk. where's the King's Rock that I got? There it is. I'm giving this to you because, you have a move that can hit 10 times. Which, yeah, it finally got population.
Foxtrot!
Costly Tiger, thank you so much for the follow. I'll give you this. And I'll give you a charcoal. Nothing for fairy types or anything. Ah, she's a special attacker. So that's good. And my River is a physical attacker. There we go. No thank you. I'm currently just going through the story. Thanks for asking, though. And after I do go through the story, I'll probably come back when some of the DLC ends up coming out. But yeah, I'm not much for battling other players. Ready to, right, Mabstiff? Yep, Mabstiff says he's ready. You're battling with Mabstiff. Oh yeah, I can see why you'd be worried. But my buddy here is bursting with energy. You'd never know he was so weak just a little while ago. Won't leave me alone, always whining at me. Wanted to battle you and your Pokemon. It's been so long I nearly forgot, but he always did love to battle. Even if we always lost to that student council girl, the battle fanatic one. Anyways, my point is, there's no need to worry. We're brand new, Arvin and Mabstiff. And we're feeling audacious. Or maybe... herbaceous? Let me give you a taste of what we can do. Let's see if I can do this. I don't agree that. Pokemon that I met during our hunt for the Urban Mystica are all stars. Every one of them. Oh, I'm correctly leveling. I'm gonna see how much I can do with Critical. Which is Sarah Ledge's unique move. Which is really cool. Given that it gives you half the damage you deal as health. Garganapple. Rough type. Bring in a Maya. Go for a flower trick. Ooh, almost one-shot it. Oh, stealth, okay. Interesting. Yep, super crit. Skill villain. Okay, so fire grass. Fire grass, fire grass, fire grass. Should be good. I could population bomber with mouse hold and just get a bunch of damage in and possibly... You know what? Why not? Since it has the... Since it has the crown, and it has a move that can hit up to 10 times, let's see what this does. Only 2. But it flinched. Oh, 7? 8? There we go. Which, yeah, it rolls that flinch chance every single hit. Code Scroll, that's a grass type? I think it's a grass type. No, not lava flow. Well, it wasn't faster anyways. Grass ground? Ooh. Vespiquen. Yeah. You're immune to ground type. Whoa, those stones did a lot of damage to her. Ooh, I could Destiny Bond it. I'm gonna try and do that. Oh, yep, it's grass type. I'll throw a max on you. You would very much prefer not to get poisoned. Right, Spore. Try and wake up first. Okay, that's not gonna work. So, full restore. Where's the debuff? And fully healed her. I'm surprised I've not been poisoned. Does some people not have a chance to poison? Huh. Oyster, water ice. Water ice? Yeah, use muscle. Population bomb. Hits. It didn't? Oh, that's interesting. What? Okay, wow. He's very lucky. Weird. Steel poison. Guess I could smash it with steel type, see if that does damage. Not super effective, but I'm doing damage. Push down. Next is Maverstick, which is a dark type. Fighting Bug and Fairy. Well, come on, Investor Club. To survive an attack. And use an explosion. I could have done that with one before that. Oh well. You celebrate your full recovery of the globe. Time to terrestrialize, Master. Interesting, okay. I'll do an attack order. Enough? Ooh, that's bad. A lot of physical defense, doesn't it? I got a crit on that. Let's keep on. She's survived with one. Okay, so I should win. What? Wow, that's been quick. Tough it out twice in a row. Dang. Ow. I did not want to learn grassy terrain. We were so close, Mapastip, so close, but Draconius. Thanks, little buddy. Dang, this is the strength of someone who could take down those Titan Pokemon, huh? Yeah, much as I hate to admit it, I do think we're gonna need some more support. Pokemon in Area Zero are super strong, and there are all sorts of weird machines there, too. I'd say we need at least 2 more people. Somebody with some champion rank level skills, and somebody who can deal with crazy tech. Maybe Nimona? Student council girl? Yeah, she'd be perfect for the job, but I doubt she'd give us the time of day unless one of us was on her level. As in, champion rank level. But, well, we gotta do what we gotta do. Whoever you think would be a help, just try getting in good with them. We'll see if we can't get a team together. Get in touch if you make progress. I'll do the same. Yay! Completed the Path of Legends. I'm surprised I only lost 3 Pokemon in that battle. Jeez. Which, I forgot about something. Like, 2 things, exactly. One of them being I'm going to be replacing Reverum with something else. And the other being... I think I'm gonna replace Vespiquen. Oh, yeah, also with all the other stuff I found in Ditto and caught it. Forgot to bring that up. So for one of the Pokemon, I just need to go to the desert to catch it, and it will end up replacing Reverum. The other one... I'm thinking maybe a Flamigo, or... Oh wait, no, what if I get a poison type in my group with Toxtricity? That could be good. It's also level 50 Hawlucha, but it's the wrong one. Psychic types. Gastrodon, I found one of them. Which they're not bad. Houndour, not a bad one. I just have to change its thing. Yeah, I'm not sure. Thinking maybe swapping out Vespiquen for a flying fighting type. Which would be either Flamigo or... Oh, there's Flamigo. Yeah, which would either be Flamigo or Halucha. But if I give this thing all the candies I have on me, it would not reach level, so I would have to actually grind it up. There is also the Fletchender, which would be the same issue, like getting that up to a Talonflame. What else? Well, I should probably go and get the one I'm going to be replacing Reverie with. Oh wait, no, I don't need a poison type because it'll be steel type. It'll be steel ground. So, I want to go back where the... What was the type of Pokemon called? Titan Pokemon. I want to go back to where the Titan Pokemon was. Because there will actually be one of them around there. So yeah, I'm thinking of bringing Iron Treads into my team. Because it's really strong. Oh, I never caught a Mankey. Really? Catch that real quick. There, get him a Pokeball. I kinda strayed away from catching a lot of Pokemon, didn't I? Huh. I haven't caught any of that thing's evolution line. Oh. Huh. Okay. Space battles. Let's see here. I never caught a Fletchell. Flittle. Not Fletchell. Oh, just freaking catch it. What is that in the background? Oh, that's a Swablu. on a new mold is a Flittle. My brain, do I have one of them? I do. No. Oh, fancy. I think I have one of you. Yeah. So I didn't defeat any in this area. I beat some in other areas. Got it. Okay, do have a capsule kid. But that have its evolution now. Yeah, now that I know that if I want that shiny charm, I need to catch all Pokemon. I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye out for anything that I can catch. Well, simply anything I haven't caught. Just a lot of preference. Silicobra. I know I have Orthrums. Hello. Sandile? Yeah. That's a dark ground type fire rampart. Hippopotas right there. Already have, I'm just missing Hippowdon. Oh, Cacnea Angel. Yeah, there's Cacnea that come around here. Okay, I have a Rambler. Vesta, yeah, that's what I have to catch. Alright, so this is the area. Oh, there's actually a Donphan around here. Don't have Donphan. Huh. Okay, I know how to catch you easily. Get out here, asshole. Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. Alright. Super Fang. Reason I keep it. One more time, then I'll just Great Ball at you. Yep, that is going to be what I'm using to catch these difficult Pokemon here. Which I'm definitely going to want them higher level. Oh, really? Ow. Great ball, please. Come on, catch it. Oh, that's a crit catch. Hey. Hell yeah. I just realized something. Okay, got Pokemon boxes. Potential. Yeah, I'll throw Flamingo in. Put away held item. Give item to hold. I'll give you the sharp beak. Oh, this thing has pretty high attack for a level 27. Huh. Interesting. Oh wait, no, I wanted to change its held item with the egg. Just while I'm doing stuff. Because that way it'll just organically get a bunch of XP. Alright, and that's the second song. Get around. I know it was over here. I think it was just sitting in a spot on all on its own, and you actually have to interact with it. It was over here? Are you? He looks a little off color. Not a shiny, okay. Always gotta check. Sometimes Pokemon will just be one shade different for their shinies. And I've not seen that many. Really? Okay, so it doesn't take me forever here. I'm just going to look up where Iron Tread spawns, because it's in a very specific spot. Yeah, location in the desert. Here we go. Right there on the map. Oh! Wasn't that far off? There it is. Alright, mouse hold, get out here. Super potion. Nope, not on you. On you. Okay. Save. Only way to fight it. Really, Donphan? Is to interact with it. Right before I press the button. Jeez. Oh, it's level 45. Interesting. I don't know, 50. So yeah, like before, I'll super thing 3 times. Down. And the guy before I get in here, I'm gonna use Hypnosis with ya. I don't know how I forgot it was Steel type for a second there. Ow. Alright, catch the iron treads. Uh-oh. There's a lot of Pokemon just sitting behind me watching this play out. Come on. Only 2, really? Okay. Well, it's nighttime, and this works better than a Ultra Ball at night. Oh, that's a crit. Hey! Nickname? No. But you are getting added to my party. Could you get off of me? Looks item in the bag. This is gonna force me into a fight. Get out here, Maya. Because this thing isn't gonna learn. Flower trick, please. Did they have sturdy? Amaya. Night Slash. Which I guess I should have Flamigo in the first place, then switch to another Pokemon. Okay, so first things first, gonna use a Revive on Mousehold. And I should be able to set up a picnic here now. She is exhausted. Hey, Gardevoir. First things first, let's throw this out to them. Oh no, not done. Get all of these Pokemon all washed up, because that gives them a bit of health. And cures status conditions. Nope, wrong button. Just Maya. Oh, you can actually watch the little flower that she has. Oh, that's cute. I didn't know you could do that. Use you, Sarah Lynch. Oh, you're actually a bit covered in sand. Perfect. Next is Mousehold. Yeah, let's get you all. Cleaned up. There we go. Was next. Then right on, and oh my gosh, you completely cover Flamigo in bubble. I forgot about that. Then Miraidon, and then finally Donphan. Or not Donphan, Iron Treads. Alright, Iron Treads, let's get you all healed up. Then I'll feed them all, because that also heals. so happy. Alright, and let's make a sandwich for them. I don't want encounter power. So many things you can make. Oh, ham sandwich. Oh my gosh, what is this? Counter power steel, humongo power ice, and catching power normal. Interesting. Huh. Experience point power steel, and counter power fire. Well, that's interesting. Does that have pasta on it? Is that pasta? What the heck is all that? Rice? I think that's popcorn, if that's not scrambled eggs. Noodles? Hamburger? Olive oil, I think? Salt and pepper. What the? That is so weird. I think I'm just gonna make a hummingbird. That's even how it says. It's just a ham sandwich. And okay. Alright. So yeah, so raid power is probably power up against certain raid types. Anything in here? No. Alright, let's see what I got here. And that fully healed everyone. Awesome! That is so cool. Alright, so Iron Treads, I'm going to give a bunch of my XP candy to just bring it up to what I have my stuff to. That almost immediately did it. Wow. Move, be replaced with Earthquake? Yes. Stomping Tantrum. Yeah. Which I do need to look at what moves it has. And I'm going to go into the back here. Give it a soft sand. Okay. Oh, right, the other thing I was going to do was check its summary and see what moves it's forgotten. Oh, electric terrain for the quark drive. Ooh, I might actually grab that. Because I think for this one that, like, supercharges its defense. Yeah, I'll throw that on. Instead of... Rapid Spin. Okay, let's see what else he had. Bulldoze, which is pretty good. Defense curl, horn attack, rollout. Yeah, I think this is good. For now, at least. Which I'll throw you to the forefront. And I think I'm gonna give the Flamigo all of this stuff. Maybe. Let's see here. Nah. Okay. Go! It's equalized against them. Okay. Oh, that's fine, that's fine. This thing should be good against grass types, technically. Ow. Really? Flying type? That's weird. Flying type? I don't really have much to deal with that, do I? Well, I don't have anything to do with flying type. I guess I'll just bring in Zerlin. Hit as hard as I can with, whatever attack you got there. Yeah, I'll hit you as hard as I can with the Bitter Blade. Which, I think Bitter Blade has a higher chance to crit. I would have one-shot it. Wow. I don't have a Cyclozone. Really? Huh. Interesting. Sprinted over 70 miles an hour while carrying a human. Rider's body heat warms the Cyclozar's back and lifts the Pokemon spirit. Oh, that makes sense! Yeah, it makes sense that Cyclozars would enjoy people. because they're reptiles. Reptiles love stuff that's warm. Huh. Whoa, you've got a cool pattern on your back, Relor. This one had that too. Like, yeah. Huh. I never noticed that patterning. Gee, I gotta check the boxes, make sure it's in the right box. Technically it could be potential, so why not? Hello, Lokix. I've already got one here. You know what, may as well check down here real quick. Just to see what they got to sell. Kelpsy berries, PowerPoint up, netball, that's it? Huh. Okay. Is there a Delaware presence here? Nope. Okay. So I guess next thing I'm doing is... Oh, there's an outbreak of Drapey. Screw what I was gonna do, I'm gonna go do that right now. Not gonna be catching any of them, but this will be a good chunk of XP for my Pokemon. So if I end up seeing anything on the way that I haven't caught, I will definitely be catching them. Yeah, I've caught both Snover and a Bomb Snow. Oh, nice rock. Gravers. Oh, I don't have one. Really? Never caught a Golduck. Oh, affects weather description. Interesting. So I guess you are pretty good to have in a team. Also that, you know, it's water psychic. Gardevoir wants to learn Dream Meter. That's a really good move. Goodbye, Dragon Kiss. Because Dream Eater is very powerful and gives a ton of health back. Oh wait, Golduck isn't Psychic type. What? I could have sworn it was. Huh. And I hear a Gimme Girl. There you are, you sneaky. Hi. Bounce out, okay. guard. Already got you. Oh, there you go. Yeah, climb up, climb up. So, where is this? Right here on the water. Weird. Alright, well, if I can't see any shinies, if I can at all with this wizard. Come on. Come on. What are you doing? Incredible. Wait, are they not able to move along the water? Oh. Huh. What? There you go. Finally. Yeah, this is just a hard one to do. I'm gonna see what this dragon type thing is here. What are you? Capture, Snorunt. I don't have a Snorunt. Really? I'll change that. What else? What else? Probably the Cryogonal. Or Cryogonal. Yep. Which, these things look like they're steel type. I think it's just ice. Okay, let's hope I don't insta-kill it. Oops. Oh, Flamigo wants to learn Air Slash. Yes, please. Which, you are 100% a physical attacker. Got it. I'll give you Faint. What? Really? No. You cycle. Mouse holds good in here. I'll try and quick capture? Jeez, nothing. Alright, start quick thinking. Yeah, given the look of Cryogonal, or Cryogonal, you're thinking he's like Steel Ice type. But I don't think it has Steel typing. Wow, really? Okay, so we're trying again. Just gonna catch you now. This thing must have an abysmally low catch rate. Okay, Gardevoir, get in here. It's gonna levitate. Interesting. Hypnosis, please. And Ultra Ball. You're kidding. How? Oh, crit catch. There we go. Yeah, just pure ice type. It uses chains of ice to constrict its opponents and then flash freezes them where they stand. Yeah, the edges of that snowflake make it look like it should be a Steel type. As well as, you know, the thing actually looks like it's a, it looks mechanical. Weird. Alright, Gardevoir. Ew, okay. Huh. Change Pokemon? What ice types I got? The Cryogonal, but that's far too low. Far too low level. None there, none there. None there. Come on. Fairy or ice? Saltaria has Moonblast. I'll just use Gardevoir. I've taken down a 4-star like this before without terrestrializing. Just because of how strong Gardevoir is. Though I have a feeling that poison, like, since this thing's on like a poison type, it might cause it. Though I have already caught a Graphite type, so I don't need to catch this. Moonblast. Okay, yeah, I should be fine. Jeez, I got a crit too. Oh no, damn. With energy began to... Oh, it got frozen. Oh, that's fine. We'll just take a few hits. Which, I have to say, I love the timer on this, rather than it just being a certain amount of turns. Because sometimes the turns go really fast, sometimes they go really slow. That was easy. Not how good Moonblast was. Not happy. Large, couple mediums, some dragon terror shots. Ah, pretty good. Pretty good indeed. Okay, I'll remove the destination. Okay. Not doing the leap just yet. Yeah, I think I'm gonna storm the fighting crew base. So yeah, we've got a flying type, which should be able to win the auto battles. Okay, so Gardevoir is going to be in there. Flamigo is going to be in there. And... Ceruledge? You're not weak to fighting. You're actually immune to it. Yeah, this should work. Oh, you should be a really good use against the Starmobile. Hello, how many have I done here? 0! So I want to go this way. If I see anything that I haven't caught, I've not caught a Mudstail. Which, if I remember right, the Mudstails in this are actually like just about the normal size of a horse. you in for the mud break. I was looking at the mud stale. Come on, lock on. Hey! I hit the right spot. So given that I got a caught off guard, hopefully. Nope. Okay. Time for the usual trick. Once more. I also got really lucky there. Okay, now let's capture it. Perfect! The Draft Horse Pokemon. Legs are fortified with mud and harder than stone. They can reduce large truck to scrap with one kick. Okay, I guess the main character in this is like 5 foot. Like 5 foot something. So that's about the size of Clydesdale, actually. I think some of the smaller ones are around 8 feet tall, and the bigger ones are around 10. Ooh, I might want to double check that, though. I'm not sure. I just know that Clydesdales are like I think the largest horse breed. Oh, hello, Kafaraja. Hello. Sheer Force. Sarah, let you get out of here. Shadow Claw. Ooh, nice. What? Again? Okay, Psychic Cut. Once more to be perfect. And we don't get. There we go. Why do so many Pokemon play rough? Hey, perfect. Nice, nice, nice. Copperderm Pokemon. Just a flat-out Steel type. Braja are prideful, cantankerous Pokemon. Specimens with vibrant green skin command the respect of others of their kind. Oh, okay. So they start more copper-colored and get green as they get older. I like that. That's really cool. Alright, and here's the spot with Airy. Or the area that has her, at least. Hey, Amaya, there's a water type thing here. That's not worth my time. Goodbye, Alicia. North Province Area 2. The Bamboo Forest. This place looks so cool. Oh, a phalanx. Oh, right, there's tons of bamboo shoots around here. Oh, hello. Slacking? Yeah. Ghost type. That's interesting. Because I think slacking is normally a normal type. Okay, that's actually very unique. Making a normal type a ghost type terrestrialization. Huh. Okay, that's cool. That's really cool. Yeah, it's a normal type. Huh. Pokemon lives laying on its side, only rolls over and moves when there is no more grass to eat. I see why it's called the lazy Pokemon. Ooh, a Venusaur. Rare bone? Okay, there's some good stuff around here for money. And some good moves. X-ray, already caught one. That'll be good if I want one. That is higher level. To the Ursaring, nice, nice. There's a Cypher there. Just gonna use this. I think I'm going to be using my new Be Right Back screen. Gut Resurrection. Okay. So, I'm going to be right back. Okay. I'm back. Sorry about that. I see you're almost at the 5th base. Hold up inside there is Team Star's last remaining squad. You fought well to make it this far. Thank you, Draconius. Draconius, Cassiopeia. So you made it as well, Clive. Of course. It's the last base. I wouldn't want to miss out on the action. Clive, I owe you my thanks. Your help has been invaluable to the operation. Sorry I was so wary of you at first. Well, that's all water under the bridge. When we're finished with this base, will that be the end of Operation Starfall then? Not quite. We'll still need to handle Team Star's secret mastermind last of all. Do we have any leads on how to find them? I'm hoping they'll come out into the open once all squad bases have stepped down. I see. We've come so far, only a few more steps left. Don't let me down, either. Cassiopeia's hung up? Alright. Thanks to you, Draconius, I've slowly but surely come to understand Team Star. I know what I need to do. And I know what my final decision will be. For that, I can't thank you enough. Take care in that base, Master Draconius. Ah, sorry for getting all polite there. Don't know what came over me. Hi, Phalanx. Such an interesting Pokemon. I would almost just love it if, like, for some reason, if they ever decide to give Phalanx a evolution, that it could be like some sort of reference to either Power Rangers or what was the other one? Oh, just the Sentai anime that inspired Power Rangers from Japan. Yeah, they definitely could do something with that. You're pretty skilled. Not many trainers can shrug off my Pokemon's attacks like that. The same to you. Airy, was it? Your Pokemon have clearly spent a lot of time honing their moves. But I'm surprised to find the boss herself out here defending the gates. Don't you trust your grunts enough to put them on guard duty? Watch your mouth. I'm here because I don't want to risk anyone else getting hurt. That's all. What a benevolent boss. Now, if you want to get on with our battle, I'm already on my side. Who are you? Draconius. There you are. I started talking to this girl since she looked like she was with Team Star. Then she and her Pokemon came at me without warning. They were just battling it out. Riri, I knew you'd be out here. Carmen? You okay? You're not hurt, are you? I'm fine, honestly. Now, get away from here. It's not safe. I'll take over guarding the base, Riri. You should get back inside. No. I won't back down. I can't. Oh, Riri, you need to stop this. Until the big boss comes back, I have to protect all of you in the calf squad? Oh, calf. Okay, that's funny for fighting types. And everyone else in Team Star too. That's why you should just get back to the base and rest up. Even just for a little bit. As the boss of this squad, I just can't... Riri, please. I'm your friend. Listen to what I'm saying. Fine, I'll go. I'm sorry, Carmen. Hey, that's no way to sign off. Let me hear an Hasta La Vista from you. Nice and loud. Hasta La Vista! I'm your opponent now, you two. Come on, I'll take you both down. Hey, Dragonius? That Pokemon and I are actually running on empty after that last battle. Sorry to spring this on you, but do you think you can handle this grunt alone? I wonder what happens if I say no, plus I actually do need to rearrange my team. Come on, don't be like that. It's not like you to hang me out to dry. I'll protect Riri with everything I have. You ready to battle? Hold on. Just hurry up and leave then. I'm not budging an inch from you. There we go, okay. Yeah, I had a Mayan first, instead of my... Looking for this. Oh, and yeah, you see I'm having the glitch where the actual banner doesn't load right. Which, to fix that, I basically have to reset the game real quick. But, yeah, not really needed. Then here I come. Permanent team stuff. Okay, 4 times weak to sidekick. Wait. Okay, yeah. I do have regular sidekick. Heck yeah, nice one shot there. Primate. That's just fighting type. Take it out, Gardevoir. Right, yes sir. Come on. Wait, you only had 2? I lost, but my defeat's not the one that matters. Even if all I did was buy Riri a bit of time, that's fine. My job here is done, so I'll head back inside. Oh! Unlike most of the Team Star members, she actually has it tattooed on her arm. Huh. Hasta la vista. take it you've defeated the guard out front. That base is run by Team Star's fighting crew, the Calf Squad. Their boss, Eri, is a skilled wrestler and coaches the whole of Team Star in Pokemon battling. Of all the bosses, she's likely to be the most alert to hostilities. After our declaration of war, she might try and stop this raid in its tracks by challenging you to a battle before anyone else. Yeah, we already met. I know it. Tell me what happened. She retreated? We're talking about the same area, right? Well, it seems there's nothing for it now but to attack the base head-on. Yep. Time to wipe the Calf Squad off the map. Yeah, this seems good. Half my team has weaknesses to fighting, the other half is fine. Alright, let's do this. Final Team Starbase. Even the smallest stars can light up the sky when they shine together as constellations. For less passionate Team Star, losing isn't an option. Hey kid, you listening? Beat 30 of our Pokemon in 10 minutes and we'll call the boss out to deal with ya. How's that for hospitality? Hi, Hariyama. You big boy. Oh, so levels don't matter here. Oh, that's interesting. Failing. Check out that area. Are we going Holucha? Take them down, Gardevoir. There, let's get the Hariyama. This is the base that usually takes the longest to take down just because of how many Pokemon there are. Wait, Heracross is a fighting type? Huh. Never knew that. Oh, that's 30. I don't think we can hold him off much longer. Boss! Boss of Team Star's fighting crew, Eri. Okay, I'm ready. Doesn't matter who you are, I'll bury anyone who tries to take down Team Star. This time, I won't run away. I probably should give her a much more aggressive voice, but I want to preserve my voice. Oh, jeez, talk to me. Talk to her immediately. This is precious to us. I won't let this reign of yours go any further. Alright, cycle. Take that, you poison fighting type. Annihilate. Okay. Annihilate is ghost fighting. Ceruledge. Shadow Cold, please. Great fist. Please live. Whoo, Ceruledge. Give as good as I get, that's a promise. We'll see who's left standing in the end. Her Pokemon are level 56. Fighting Steel. Keep current. Bitter Blade, please. Sorry about that, You're one of my favorite Pokemon. Simeon. Yes. Gardevoir, get out of here. Moonblast? Yeah, Moonblast. Nice. Now time for the Starmobile. You refuse to lose, so please, lend me your strength. Ooh, interesting. Stressful is to get rid of that steel weakness. Let's get a Hypnosis. If I can land that, I can one-shot. Yep, speed up. Oh, and attack. That's not good. It doesn't affect the opposing River Room? What? Okay, so I can't Dream Eater it. Look at the rim glass to see what it takes. Oh. Psychic, now! Survive this now. Yep. And psychic. I probably could have just one-shot it with psychic. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry, I think I went a little too far. Nah, don't worry about it. We're the ones who asked you to put us through some tough battle practice so we can train up. Yeah, but... truly, you need not apologize, my lady. Thanks to thy sage instruction, I am making swift strides towards mastering the art of battle. And I could never have evolved my Pokemon without you, Aerie. Even the big boss said it's thanks to you that we have a fighting chance against our bullies. See? Nothing but gratitude. To us, you're the brightest star in the whole team. Come on, quit being silly. Just one thing. We've been training for 4 whole hours now. I'm totally pooped. I'm sorry. You really should take a break. I'll go for a run while you rest up. My lady, we 4 have each trained in our turn. But you, our steadfast mentor, have rested not once. Cannot help but worry for thy health. Thank you for your concern, Atticus. But lately, I feel like I can take anything. Even if I'm really tired or feel like crying. Remember that time we all got together and riffed on the gym badge designs to create our very own star badges? Well, don't know what it is, but just looking at my badge makes me feel so strong. Like I want to give it my all. I gave it my all, but it wasn't enough. I wasn't enough. You showed amazing strength. Even if the code didn't require me to give it to you, I'd want you to have this. I'd like to see you try out my trademark move, too. Here, this one's for you. Ooh, close combat. Nice. I know you're part of Operation Starfall, but I can tell from our battle that you're not a bad person. The way your Pokemon look at you with such trust gives it away. Do me a favor and look away for a moment. This is a bit much for me to take. I just really... Looks like it's all over. Oh, Riri. This is the Team Star member you battled at the gates earlier. I asked her to come along for a talk. So, what do you want to ask me? You seem to be on much friendlier terms with Eri compared to the other grunts. Why is that? Oh, you spotted that? Well, alright, I don't mind telling you. Truth is, I used to hate Riri. That immediate shift from day to night. I used to hate Eri. Boom! Or Riri. Sorry, that's funny. She's an amazing trainer and athlete, and she's really pretty too. It took her no time at all to become popular at the academy. I was queen of the class before she came along, but then everyone liked her more than me. So, let me guess. You started to pick on her? Pretty much. I got our classmates to join in too. We were all so stupid. But in the end, kids are always fickle. And once one thrill wears off, they look for something new. Before long, the class chose me as their next target and started bullying me instead. Guess I deserved it. But then, Riri, she chose to help me, even though I'd been so horrible to her. She told me that she understood how hard it is to have no one on your side. And she invited me into Team Star. Even after you bullied her like that. What a kind girl. She really is. And joining the team has worked out great for us. It's been so much fun. Fun? There are rumors that Team Star likewise engages in bullying. After hearing my story, do you really think that's true? Well, I did witness that firsthand at the start of the game. Your group just became too big. No, I merely... Riri and the rest of Team Star made me who I am today. Please, don't take away our greatest treasure. Draconius. Draconius, it's me. Did you do it? Did you claim Eri's star badge? Without its boss, the Calf Squad should be a hair's breadth from disbanding. So Eri was the last. All 5 squad bosses have now been toppled from their pedestals. I imagine they'll leave Team Star before long now, that they've lost their special positions. After that, they should soon be back to attending classes at the academy. Nice work out there, Draconius. Is that Clive I hear? Cassiopeia, well done to you too. Thanks. Now, about your reward, Draconius. I'll transfer some LP over to your phone. As promised. Yay, more hacked LP! Yeah, teacher, I don't know anything about illegally gotten LP. You can now make more kinds of TMs using the TM machine. Oh, and that reminds me. I'm doing the whole supply unit rep thing this time, right? Indeed. You can go ahead and give Draconius his bonus reward now. At long last, Operation Starfall has entered its final stage. There's only one thing left on the agenda. You must defeat the big boss, and have Team Star disband for good. Well, where is the big boss? Don't worry, there's no need to search them out. The true identity of the big boss is none other than me. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to keep it from you for so long, but the right moment never came. I'm the one who formed Team Star. Back then, the members of the team were my closest friends, and I treasured them more than anything. If they go on like this, Team Star won't do any good for anyone. They've got to give it up, so I'm using the code we made together to force them to disband. Draconius, I'll be waiting for you in the schoolyard after dark. You should come as well, Clive. Understood. Then, I'll see you both there. So, Cassiopeia was the big boss of Team Star this whole time. I scarcely thought it possible. But with this revelation, I just might have an inkling as to their true identity. Seems we'll find our answers after dark in the Academy schoolyard. Let's prepare as best we can before heading over. That is a ton of Passimian. Oh my gosh. There ain't an outbreak of them. Why are there so many? Oh. Lokex? No. Okay, now to go to the school. So I'm going to start it here, just so I can heal up my Pokemon. In an area where I'm not going to have a Pokemon, just run into me and force me into a battle. Remember, one of the trickiest things I'm going to have to take out is something that's a fire ghost type. Yep. I'm just gonna sell all of this. And I should be fine. But yeah, I want to finish this one before I do the Pokemon League. So next time it's going to be, what, the Pokemon League, the Creators, or not the Creators, Pokemon League, the Crater, the 4 Mythicals, and then post-game. could probably squeeze all that into one stream. And whatever extra I have here at the end of this one, since it's 12:15, I usually end at 1. I'll be just going around and talking to the teachers to get that done. Sup, Draconius? Clive. Yep, that's my name. Actually, no. It's time for me to bring this little performance to an end. Allow me to reveal my true identity. Ha ha! I do apologize for deceiving you with my disguise. In truth, the boy you knew as Clive was none other than the director of Yuba Academy, Mr. Clavel. I'll play along with him. Yes, this must be quite the shock. My disguise was perfect after all. Which I think he has a little bit of a different thing. Oh my gosh, my character's arm keeps randomly disappearing. So I think he has a different reaction here. If you try and call him Clavel at any moment that you can. Regardless, there is still one more astonishing truth I must reveal to you. The true identity of Cassiopeia, the big boss of Team Star, was me, all along. That's impossible. Honest to goodness. When you heard Cassiopeia over the phone, there was actually a pre-recorded voice. I pulled it off using, you know, one of those high-tech gizmos. Oh yes, it was very clever. So, Master Draconius, now you know I'm the big boss. That means there is just one thing left to do. Face me in one final showdown to decide it all. You start with a psychic tag. I am Cassiopeia of Team Star. This battle, I will finally... I'm turning up the sound for me here because I love Clavel's theme. Okay. Amaya, get out here. Right. Should have brought out iron treads and used electric terrain. Oh, no, I'll do it anyways. Because Pokemon can't fall asleep on electric terrain. Oh, I mean, the attack was heightened. Alright, Iron Treads. Use knockoff. once more. It's about to send out Gyarados. Water flying, water flying, water flying. Mouse hold. Get out of here. Let's population bomb this thing. First things first, Super Fang. Nice. Oh, I could do a beat up. What's the damage of you? Unknown. Population bomb, go. Six hits, nice. Good, and the flinch went through. I think there is also a move, like something you can get where anytime you land a hit, you regain health. It avoided it. Oh no. There we go. Gyarados down. Ooh, Flamigo wants to learn Mega Kick. I think that's a really good one. Triggers attack by a kick to launch with Muscle Pack power. Oh, 75% accuracy. No, thank you. Obama Snow. Okay, Obama Snow is Ice Grass. Bitterblade, now. Perfect. Which I think Clavel is actually a good test to see if I can do the League. Poltergeist. I think that's just a pure ghost type. Which Ghost was weak to Dark, Ghost, and Fairy? Or just Dark and Ghost? It's probably just Dark and Ghost. So, Amaya, get on out here. Hopefully you don't fall asleep. Night Slash, now. Perfect. She landed a crit. Dang. Moongus. Okay, that's a... Oh, what is that? Grass Poison? Take it out now. Good job, Sarah Ledge. Okay, Skeledirge. Fire Ghost. You're the same typing as me. Heh, to think that I, Cassiopeia, would be backed into a corner like this. It terrestrializes into a fire type. Crap. Just Shadow Claw it. Very well, it seems I shall have to terrestrialize my Pokemon. It's going to get ghost type attacks. That didn't do much. Ouch. That'll be cut in half because it's a fire type. But I get stabbed here. It wiped me once. Just because I was vastly underleveled for it. I was like 15 levels too low. Ground Terra type. That's good to know. Okay, I'm gonna sack the Flamigo. Yeah, that gym is very, very humbling. Do take a step back, please. This may get dangerous. Yep, special attack goes up. Alright, Treads, get in there. We're gonna earthquake it. So remove its fire weakness. And it's raining, so fire actually does less damage. Hey, there goes the Skeledirge. Oh, yeah, I checked its Terra type real quick. How strong you have grown. Yep. Yeah, Iron Treads is really good. Oh, does the normal one terrestrialize into a steel type? I didn't know that. Oh, really? Huh. Well now, Master Draconius. Seems you have grown quite splendidly over the course of your treasure hunt. And here, once again I must apologize. I am not actually Cassiopeia. Cool. Wait, you're able to catch the ones that are normally Titans? Do all of them sit around their areas? I thought only the Iron Treads did. Huh. Though Clive and myself being the same person was no lie, mind you. Cassiopeia's true identity remains hidden. But I believe I can hazard a guess as to who they may be. Really? So the only one of them I organically found was, Iron Treads. I didn't know all of them sat around their areas. I'm gonna have to go grab them. That is why I sought to spare you from having to confront them in battle. Their sorrows should not be yours to bear. However, Cassiopeia has settled on a course of action and is determined to see it through. I do not imagine any ordinary student could hope to stand against them and win. So I challenge you to a battle to test your skill. Oh, really? Huh. Oh, I've seen people with ones that said the former Titan. I'll have to do that with my Pokemon. So I challenged you to a battle to test your skill. If you had lost, it would have fallen to me to bring down Cassiopeia. Such was my resolve. But it turns out you're as strong as you are kind. If anyone has a chance of saving that poor child, it is surely you. As an educator, it shames me to burden one of my students with such a task. But please, defeat Cassiopeia. Take on the big boss of Team Star and win. Yes, sir. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, I leave this in your hands. Ah, yeah. I'm gonna have to do that eventually, too. You there! What do you think you're doing? Ah, Miss Time. A pleasure to see you. It's no pleasure at all, Mr. Clavel. I come here to investigate reports of an illicit battle on school grounds, and what do I find? Why, the director of the academy himself, facing off against one of our students, no less. What were you thinking? No, if I could just explain, you see, it's a rather sad tale. Oh, spare me your excuses. Oh, spare me. Your excuses reek worse than a stunky's behind. A stunky's behind? Remember, the big boss asked us to meet them in the schoolyard after dark. I'm counting on you, Master Draconius. You'll write a letter of apology to students and faculty at once. And I'll be reporting this to the chairwoman of the school board. Make no mistake. Good gracious, no. And anything but that, I implore you. I love that. Oh, Flamingo's getting close. But I think for the moment, I'm gonna have to swap her out for... Did I not throw her in there? Oh, I didn't. Vespiquen. Okay, I'm not gonna need any flying type here, so... Gonna quickly grab my... What was it, silver powder? Yeah. No. Not to Gardevoir. Yeah, I also need the Scarlet exclusives. Which, most of the exclusives to Scarlet, in my opinion, actually kind of look better than the ones exclusive to Violet. Some of them do. Some of them look a lot better than the Violet versions, but others not as good. Like, for me specifically, for, like, my preference with colors and stuff, I love Violet much more. Because I much prefer the purple on the uniforms to the, bright orange. Draconius? Thanks for coming. Yeah, same. Though the Hydreigon Paradox Pokemon looks amazing. This must be quite a shock to you. The big boss, Cassiopeia. They were with me all along. When I saw you make quick work of those Team Star lackeys outside school that time, the idea for Starfall suddenly came to me. My skills let me get a hold of as much LP as I want, so I decided to use that to tempt you into helping me out. After Starfall started, I kept an eye on you as a member of the supply unit. And I had you battle the bosses on my behalf. All for the goal of defeating me and putting an end to Team Star once and for all. But still, there's a part of me that wants Team Star to live on. Can't just roll over and let you win without putting up a fight. This is the final showdown. Are you ready? Yep. Thanks. Sorry to keep you. The letter of apology time had me, preparations took longer than expected. That voice. Are you Clive? Penny. So it was you after... no, is that you, Cassiopeia? In the flesh. I have a task for you, Clive, if you'll accept it. I want you to record what happens next, so I can send the video to Team Star. They need to see the outcome of this battle for themselves. Okay, will do. Then allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm the big boss of Team Star. The name's Cassiopeia. No, Penny. Now bow down before the overwhelming might of Team Star's founder. So yeah, there's a few songs in this game which are ones that I absolutely love. One is Penny's. One is, well, the Team Star theme. One is for the fight against, Clavel. And then the theme for the final battle in the game. Like, they're all so good. Won't hold back in this battle. I'll stay true to Team Star's code. Flareon next? Okay. Should I blast it with Earthquake or use Mouse Hold? I'll use Mouse Hold. Only 3. Hey, got a flinch off. Really? Wow, I'm getting very unlucky now. Alright, Mouse Hold, finish it off, please. Quick attack. Alright, Flareon. You're low enough. Saraled Shadow Claw. Ooh, Heavy Slam, yes. Iron Treads is a heavy Pokemon. I may swap that out for Iron Head. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, is that the EVs or evolutions, they all look really good. But they have no defense. Oh, Vaporeon next. Time to get a super effective critical that can't be dodged. Swap out for Vespiquen. Vespiquen attack order. Yeah, I'm making sure to, like, trying to remember most of these. Most of the levels for them, so I don't over-level before fighting them. Oop, Jolteon. Iron Treads, get in here. If I remember right, the last one's a Sylveon. Either Sylveon or... I can't remember. Espeon. That's what I was thinking. Yep, Sylveon. Keep current one. Can't fault you on your battle skills at all. No wonder the boss is lost. Well, sorry, Penny, but, that thing weighs like nothing. Time to terrestrialize, shine bright like starry sky, and become who you really are. Oh, wow, I didn't one-shot. Right. Oh my gosh, I'm faster than it! I'm sorry, that's funny to me. It's all over now. It's finally over, guys. It's done. We're done here. I think we should call it quits. Hold up. Are you saying we should break up the team? You gotta be joking. We got carried away with Operation Star. Now everything's gotten out of hand. Yeah, well, that's what happens when you round up a bunch of bullies in the courtyard and make a show of learning them some manners. But we didn't even fight them in the end. We didn't do anything wrong. Indeed. Merely did we declare our intention to battle tooth and nail should the villains persist in their tyrannous oppression. 'Twas a bloodless victory, we assure you. Yeah, they didn't even send out their Pokemon. They just blubbered and apologized a whole lot. Our outfits must have spooked them good. But the bullies made a huge stink about what went down. Then they all ended up leaving the academy. Our plan backfired epically. There's no way we're getting off scot-free. I guess you're right. This little stunt might have put us up the creek. I'll fix this mess on my end. Just leave it to me. What are you saying? I'm the one who started Team Star. I dragged you all into this. So I'll take responsibility for everything. Oh, noble and kind big boss, you cannot. Now that the bullies are gone, you guys should start going to school again. Oh yeah? What about you? I can't go back. Why? There's no reason for you to stay shut in your room anymore, right? All I can say to you guys is, thanks. Even though we never met in person, you were all so kind to me. Stop right there, BB. You're talking like we'll never speak again. I need to go take care of some things. Prithee, speak to us. What is thine intent? Hey, big boss, answer us. Bye-bye, guys. Thanks for everything. Thanks for everything, Draconius. And you too, Clive. I'm glad I could see this through to the end. I guess this is it for Team Star. And me too. Hold that thought, miss. Penny. I'd like to check something with you first. Check what? Why resort to something like Operation Starfall if you're the big boss of Team Star? Wasn't there any other way to handle this? I tried telling the bosses that we were done once before, but they still didn't quit. Why not simply order them to? Our code states that no one in the team has the right to order people around. I could ask them all to do stuff, but I could never order them. So it's back to the code once again. The bosses must have taken it very seriously. They did. That's why I knew I could use it to force Team Star to disband. Because the bosses would do anything the code required of them. Even leave the team. Yes, and according to the code, they had to accept any challenge made to them. Thus, the idea for Operation Starfall. Cassiopeia, let me ask you one last thing. What does Team Star, no, what do your friends in the team mean to you? They're my greatest treasure. Splendid. Thank you for apprising me of the situation, Miss Penny. What? Now, young lady, there's something I should very much like to discuss with you. Hey, quit it with the old geezer act, Clive. You're creeping me out. Indeed. Well then, before we talk further, allow me to reveal to you my own secret identity. Ha ha! Director Clovell? Just as Cassiopeia was your disguise, the boy you knew as Clive was mine. But why? I needed a way to talk to Team Star on equal terms. Students do tend to shy from speaking their mind to their teachers, after all. Much more so when faced with the director of the academy. Yeah, but where do I even start? Wasn't the outfit a bit much? Plus, I have some big feelings about that wig. Well, that's quite enough of that for now. Everyone, why don't you come on out? Huh? Yo, big boss. Long time no see. Momo. More like long time no meet, right? I mean, we only found out your real name just now. Belly. Verily is thy long-hidden countenance, a sight for sore eyes, my lady. Atticus. So, I heard your real name's Penny. How have you been this whole time? Ordy. We found you at last. You've no idea how worried we've been. Airy. Okay, gang. On the count of 3. 1, 2. Hasta la vista, Cassiopeia. And hello, Penny. Now then, Miss Penny, and each of you young bosses as well. On behalf of the Academy, I have something I would like to say to Team Star. You all have my sincerest apologies. Come again? As director of the Academy, I let you down. My handling of your situation was a dismal failure. What? I still don't... I mean, why? You all told me about your reasons for forming Team Star, and about your subsequent actions. Ever since my first days as director, all I've ever experienced of the Academy is an environment blessedly free from bullying. But I now know this peace was built on the backs of your hurt and anger, and of course, your immense courage in putting things to right. And so, I'll get straight to the conclusion. The Academy's order for Team Star to disband and my threat to expel those who did not obey are hereby revoked. Does that mean what I think it means? Indeed, Team Star can continue to exist, should that be your wish. Woohoo! Penny, isn't this great? Now we can all stay together. Oh, mine heart is giddy with glee. But I betrayed all of you. You mean Operation Starfall? Director Clovell told us all about it. As far as we heard, you only went through with it to save us from getting expelled. You were just worried about us, right? Not like we'd ever chuck the team just because someone told us to, after all. In our style. So, yeah. I know why. She can be a bit tougher. Oh, that's an interesting challenge. So yeah, you're going to be going to her with like 2 Pokemon. At max, if you want to use up one of the types on another Pokemon. I cannot even begin to imagine how you must have feared for us, Lady Penny. Sorry for making you worry, BB. We're all okay now. But even so... Oh, alright. Oh, so I'm guessing that if you want another of a specific type, you just release one of the old type, so you can then catch a different one? Hold on, everyone. I have more to say. As previously stated, the requirement for Team Star to disband has been revoked. Ah, okay. However, there are still some unsettled matters to discuss. Allow me to provide a few examples. Your protracted truancy, your brazen customization of school uniforms, your unauthorized usage of academy equipment, your reckless modification, and jeopardous driving of Pokemon-powered vehicles. Need I go on? Your flagrant disregard for school rules cannot simply be overlooked. Thus, as punishment, you will all be required to engage in community service. Community service? Yes. Specifically, I will be asking you to manage the STCs. And that stands for the Star Training Centers. They shall be facilities for cultivating Pokemon trainers' talents. I plan for the Academy to found them in collaboration with the Pokemon League. The idea came to me when I saw Master Draconius battling his way through your bases. The base's construction, as well as battle tactics employed by the students in Team Star, are remarkably unique and creative. I would ask that you continue your team activities, but henceforth as STC staff members, using your former bases as training facilities. And that is the sum of it. Does anyone have any concerns? No? Sounds like fun, so I don't see how this would be anything but a win-win. This may be a weird thing to say, since the STCs are supposed to be a punishment and all. They should totally join in too, Penny. 'Tis true. We would most happily have you at our sides, my lady. We can go to school together too. That way, if anything happens, we'll be there to protect you. We were already talking about how great it'd be to have both Team Star and school in our lives. This would be a sweet deal for us. So what do you say? You guys. Draconius, what do you think? Give it your best. Huh? But, I just... No need to give your response right this moment, Miss Penny. Do take some time to decide. For now, at least, I think our little group should go their separate ways. Not to say you should break up Team Star, after all. I simply mean it is time to leave. Master Draconius, please stop by my office later if you would. Yay! Okay. Oh, Clavel. So, I don't know if this is going to just start the actual story thing here, or if I'm gonna have to go through his actual questline stuff. So, let's see. Okay, I don't talk to him first. So, it's gonna be story. Ah, here you are, Master Draconius. I wanted to thank you for all your hard work in resolving the situation with Team Star. If not for you, I suspect I would have done the team a grievous injustice in my choice of punishment for their actions. You have my sincerest gratitude. Who is it? It's Penny. Ah, Miss Penny. Do come in. Hello, Director. About the STCs, I'd like to work on them together with the rest of Team Star. That's wonderful news. Thank you very much for your favorable response. But, I should be punished more heavily than the others, I think. Why so? Because of Operation Starfall? No, not that. Because of the other really bad thing I did. And what would that be? You know the LP I gave you both in exchange for helping with Operation Starfall? I got a hold of it, sort of, illegally, by hacking the Pokemon League's LP management system. Ah, I see. That is quite the revelation. I did not think such a thing was even possible in the first place. It wasn't all that hard, I mean, I'm really sorry and I won't do it again. This matter is rather out of my jurisdiction, I'm afraid. I'll have to consult Miss Gita and the Pokemon League chairwoman on how best to respond. I figured as much. I do apologize, Master Draconius, but I will have to ask you to give us some privacy. And now to finish out this, I think I have to go out the entrance hole? And then I'm going to be raiding out if we have enough for a raid. Just because it's a little past time. Draconius? Penny? There's something I want to talk to you about. Could you come meet me in front of the school stairs? You know, where we first met? I'll be waiting. Yes. Hasta la vista. The six of us thought up that catchphrase back when we created the team. It's so cringy, it's perfect, you know? Anyway, about the LP thing, I thought I was going down big time for hacking the league point system. But they're letting me off easy. What happened? The Pokemon League said they'll waive my debt if I do some volunteer engineering for them. They even asked me to come work for them after I graduate, if you can believe that. Clavel and that Gita lady kept complimenting me, like, a weird amount. Apparently I have outstanding talent or something. Sorry for calling you out here to meet like this. I'm still not so great with people face to face. Never seem to find the right words, but, thank you so much. You saved Team Star, and my friends along with it. I know words won't ever be enough to properly thank you for all you've done, so here. So that's where you get that. I completely forgot. I always forget what certain characters give. But that's good. I'm sure you'll put this to good use. And, one more thing. I want to repay the debt I owe you. If you ever think of a way I can do that, just let me know. I'm great with machines and hacking and stuff. So, next time I'll be the one helping you, Draconius. Be seeing you then. Hasta la vista. Starfall Street complete. Actually, I'm gonna do one tiny little extra thing. Which is, once you do this, there's something you get access to. Which is one thing for... So, if people absolutely love EVs... Oh, I'm not able to do that yet. That must be post-game. Ah, dang it. I wanted to go to Penny's room. But okay, I guess that's post-game. Anyways, so yeah, I'm going to be ending off here. Let's see, how many we got in here? Doesn't really look like anyone. Okay. So in that case, I'll just be ending off here. Which, for those that joined on in, end up watching through the VOD later, hey, thank you so much for joining in live. And, oh, see you live again sometime. And for those at the end of the VOD, thank you so much for watching all the way through. And, I hope to see you live sometime. Have a good one, everyone.